uNkulunkulu usabele wasiphokubi nathi abanye abantu ebaphokuhla akekho umuntu ozalela ukuthi angazuzi ngengane yakhe nathi sibheke okuthile ngomzakhulelwa njengoba ngangithi umzakhulelwa ngangilandela ukuzaleka kwami mina uqobo ngagcina ngithi ke namhlanje ngizele umzakhulelwa uye yedwa indodana yami ekhona la ekhaya engethembele kuyo ineyingane la igcekeni iganiwe ithemba lami benginalo kutefa ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ingane yami izophuma kule ndawo ekuyona ngendlela ebengimbona ekhuluma ngayo nangendlela ebengazi ngayo nami ngoba bengazi ukuthi umzakhulelwa wasiya umbulali kaMeyiwa.
Not far from the Sibiya home is the Ntanzi homestead, the family of the youngest of all the accused. 30-year-old Bongani Ntanzi is also referred to as accused number 2. They tell us he has been the breadwinner of their family, providing for 10 people, including his 9-year-old child. Because Bongani was the sole breadwinner, his absence also meant there was no money to even travel to Gauteng, where he is currently incarcerated. They say he got himself a lawyer, as none of them could afford those legal services. All they could do is watch the trial on television, especially on behalf of their mother, who can't bring herself to watch the proceedings. Every time he enters the dock, she leaves the house to get an update later. It was a shock to them when Advocate Malisela Defo dropped the news of his withdrawal.
Isathatha naye izinto ngendlela yakhe afuna athathe ngayo ukuze egcine bamele kanti bese sithi mhlawumbe sithembile nje emephethelweni for ukuthi ngwanakho usebatholakele ngendlela engimbuka ngayo lo mmeli ubesebenzile ngoba kuzovele konke lokhu nje nokuthi basolwa yilaba abenzi baletwe yilaba kusithemba yena ngendlela besimbone ekhuluma ngakhona nandlela aphenye ngayo kuze sigcine sikubuvela ngale ndlela siyambonga yena umeli lapha khona ngoba konke lokhu nje athi lokhu sikuthenisa ngene.
In an unexpected but not surprising turn, Defo wrote to the state informing it that he had resolved issues with what he terms relevant stakeholders and will therefore continue representing accused number 1 to 4. But there's a catch. He has listed a number of demands that he wants adhered to before he and his clients can show up in court on Tuesday. Those include a separation of trial between his clients and accused number 5. He also wants a new judge appointed in the matter and the prosecutor, Advocate Maloyi, removed from the case. Defo says he also wants Police Minister Begicele to be removed from his position and be investigated. In the same statement, he reveals a fresh, new reason why he withdrew from the matter. Without substantiating, Defo accused Judge Maumela of witchcraft, citing it as the main reason why he decided to leave the case. Although at the time of this interview these families did not reveal this information, they agreed that he was subjected to unfair treatment in court. Muzikau Khalelwa and Bongani are said to have made confessions, but according to Advocate Malisela Defo, these were obtained under duress. He claimed his clients were severely assaulted through the use of what he called apartheid tactics to get them to confess. He called on the court to hear a special plea for a trial within a trial. His plea fell flat after Judge Maumela ruled that he failed to follow proper court procedure. Defo had also not filed papers as required for a court application, but addressed the court from the bar instead. To top it all, the state had not submitted these alleged confessions to the court or indicated that they would depend on them. The families believe that their children are innocent.
Umfana lo waboshwa konje kwakumhla kabani mama? Mhla ka 30 June. Mhla 30 June. Mhla ka 30 May yes. waboshwa mhla ka-30 May inyanga yonke singamazi ukuthi ukuphi. Kwazothi ngo June angisazi ukuthi kwakumhla kabantu bafika naye la ekhaya. Ma befika naye la uyangitshela ke ngoba bathi angiye kuye ngiyokhuluma naye. Uthi baba ngiboshiwe ngendlela ebengishaywa ngayo bengibulawa futhi bengitshela bethi bazongibulala njengomnyu khona bambulala eFosrolas amaphoyisa amdubula bathiwa yiba bambulala nami ke bazongibulala bemvalele ehlathini laba bemvalele khona ngendlela ngagcina ngivuma bethi angivumi ukuthi ngabulala Meyiwa kodwa okokuqala babetha kacindezele laba bazomnikeza 100,000 wathi ngalile baba ngoba ngiyazi into engingayivumela engathi ngizothi laba ngibacindezela ngani ngazini ngangikuphi. Wathi ke bathi bazongifaka icaleni sebengifakile ke ngigcine ngivuma istatement abangibhalise sona ngizivumile angivumi ngoba ngikwenzile ngivume ngoba ngivikela impilo.
Ntanzi's family also claimed that the same happened to their son.
Wathenjiswa 3 million ababemshaya before uthe vumele icala umbhaxa nje ufaka nasefrijini sazi efrijini bafaka ngoba bemfaka belivulile noma babecimile ngazi-ke la kodwa nje khona awuthole lokuthi wafaka efrijini
afake efrijini yakho phejele
ngamanje ngisanoma bayesejele noma kodwa khona babembombile bona noma bengamfakile esitokisini kodwa babembambile apho babembambe khona.
Sibiya's father says he raised the issue at a magistrate's court where he had been appearing for a different matter and was subsequently moved to a different prison. While the state had not submitted these confessions as evidence or indicated that it would rely on them, it has remained tight-lipped on its strategy to nab the accused. The confessions form part of Tefo's representations to the NDPP in a bid to have the matter withdrawn. For some members of the Meyiwa family, these developments were expected. They believe the 5 men standing trial are innocent. They say a plan is on the cards for this docket if the National Prosecuting Authority decides not to prosecute.
Private prosecution.
Oh, so that's your next step,
Yeah.
private prosecution.
Private prosecution.
Meyiwa says his brother's case has been at most marred by corruption.
Leading investigator kwa case 375, 636 yantshontsha statement esasodala ukuthi kuboshwe umuntu wayelapha endlini yasitshontsha leso statement ingakho kwavulwa lo case 375. Labantu babawu5 baboshela ukuthi kuzanywe ukuthi babefuna yona ukuthi le case ivalwe kuthiwa ubufakazi hlamba bukho noma vele sebethenge nama witnesses iboshela abafana abo5 ivale ingabe savela leli bashaya phansi ke manje nali selivelile.
On the 26th of October in 2020, Police Minister Begicele visited the Meyiwa family to update them following the announcement that 5 suspects had been arrested.
Mfethu wadidisa umanje. Wadidisa wamtshela ngokheli ukuthi ukheli yena. Wamtshela nje ngokheli ukuthi yena uzoboshwa nalabantu abawu5 ibona okuyibona suspects. Umuntu okhuluma ngalabo abantu abawu5 vele ngibona nje ukhuluma into engekho. Wayizodlala nje ngoledi ezokhuluma into engekho ngoba into engixakayo sasikhuluma naye uyazi. Ngoba yabo lama investigators at 375 bekade reporter kuyena uminister ucele. Obuthelezi benomakhuba be reporter ku minister ucele bese ukuthi laba abanye be reporter ku Khehla Sithole. In fact laba kwakufanele nabo laba ngababa reporter ku Khehla Sithole. Ngezathu zokuthi khona umgibengo obenzakalayo. Kwacaca ukuthi no aba reporter ku minister ngoba lapha ya into ekhulunywa lapha akuyona le fanele iveze iqiniso cover up yodwa ehlanganiswe lapha. Base ba reporter ku minister uminister besike sikhuluma ngisho naye efonini. Esho ukuthi no uyazi naye ukuthi lento enziwa yilabo abangala ayikho. Nabo abantu abakhuluma into eyona.
So nimbuzile manibona ukheli angavele ecourt ukuthi ukheli kwenzakaleni?
No akaze simbuza. Akasimbuza ngavele ngabona ngayibonela nje the day ekhuluma indaba yokuthi in fact ngabona before akhulume leyo nto khona izinto engase ngiyibona. Angifuni ukusho ukuthi yini kodwa khona izinto ayikhuluma ngabona I know sekhona into influence wrong. bese ngibona vele uthi use cishe mhlawumbe khona abamsabise ngayo noma khona amacala abawaziyo laba bantu abangala laba abakhe 63 ngoba bagudi ke lapho ekubophisena abantu nokuthi nje mhlawumbe khona amacala abawaziyo abamsabise ukuthi bazowaveza.
The South African Police Service says it cannot comment on matters that are still in court.
As you are well aware, the case is currently in court and sub judice. Any issues pertaining to the case must be directed to the NPA and the court itself. Evidence will be dealt with in that forum, and as such, the SAPS cannot comment on cases that are in court.
The side of the Meyiwa family that believes that these are the suspects says it has no intentions to comment on the information by Tshepiso. It says the onus is on the state to prove that the confessions and or admissions made by the accused were made freely and voluntarily without undue influence.
It is said, we have spoken to General Tshepiso, what is the head of the investigation, who General Mfazi will update us if anything happens or if there is any breakthrough in the case. So, and today we wake up to the news that the firearm has been found. And we're just hearing it from the media. In the views of the media, we already knew it maybe a month ago or 2 months ago. There was someone who was claiming she was a Senzo Meyiwa. We don't know. Only the police, Lawa Asabenzifana, no general told, or Azil. Because you must remember there are two teams in this investigation. There's a team that there are two teams of who are supposed to be working together, but they are not working together. So the team, officing like Tshepiso, they know which is someone who has been claiming which he was there. But we were told that when there's a time for arrest, there will be people who are claiming which they were there. Yes, we all know which there was no one who entered the room. Amaphoyisa njengamanje kumele engabe abopha uLongwethwala for killing uSenzo. Senzo was shot by uLongwethwala. There was no one who entered the house. Bese ebopha all these police who have defeated the ends of justice. Senzo was shot by uLongwethwala. A call was made by Tumelo. A first call when Senzo was shot. What's Tumelo? A boyfriend, Kazandi, of which he didn't know by name, had shot Senzo, and then a phone was dropped. At the background, Ukeli, she was crying, and that information was given to the SAPS. Why they do not want to arrest Longwethwala, I do not know. For me and my family, it is up to them. It's long overdue. We've said to the police several times, and the good police who are in the side of justice have said it. There was no one who entered the house. Yes, who are working on this case. Even who advocate in Gauteng, he confirmed it. According to the information that was given to him, there is no one. I had a live recording of Advocate Chauke saying, according to him as an advocate, experienced advocate, there was no one who entered the house.
Important to start off with reflecting exactly that. The family has always had a cry to say,
look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable. Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kaylee knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable. Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kaylee knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
Just tell us your name, your position, and how long you've been at the club.
My name is Senzo Meyiwa, Orlando Pirates goalkeeper, and I've been 10 years at Orlando Pirates. I'm the best keeper.
Good morning, people. We are about to go into the court session. We are just waiting for the court to resume. Good morning. Masterpiece, good morning. Kolekile, good morning. Gloria David, good morning. Everyone that is connecting right now, good morning to you. We are ready to hear what Muzi Sibia is going to talk about. Remember, yesterday we saw Muzi Sibia, is Lieutenant Colonel, something like that, Muzi Sibia, who actually gave us his side of the story. Oh, Bakri, good morning. He gave us his side of the story, and he said that he actually is the one who took also the accused, and he actually questioned the accused in that at that time. So there is something that we need to actually iron out here, because there's a lot that is actually taking place that we need to analyze and see, because he said he was alone with the accused. So we want to see how it's going to unfold today, because the defense attorneys are actually up in arms. They are fighting. Temba, good morning. Majoro, good morning. Good morning. Every one of you that is connecting right now, good morning. So Muzi is going to continue with his story, because he's going to be asked some questions, and it's going to be interesting. Muzi Sibia is going to be asked some questions today. We want your view over what he's going to be talking about, so you are free to send in your voice note, and let's hear what's your thought over that, so that we can actually get a way forward. Lemokuhle Nobuhla, good morning. Good morning to you too. Good morning. Yes, we are just waiting for the session to start now. We are just waiting. It's already 10, and we are just waiting for them to start the session. And we know that this session of today is going to be an eye-opening session, because the defense attorneys, they are actually up in arms. They want to see how it's going to be. Nonhlanhla, good morning. Say good morning, Bola Visto. Good morning, Lavi. How are you? Tulani, good morning. Evelyn Mokotele, good morning. Tlanhlo, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, we want to see how this guy is going to do things. Guys, I can't wait to see the people who were in the house, in the court. I want them in the, to be in the court.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kaylee knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must.
May I proceed, madam? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Khatebe, I'll just pause from the questions that I asked you yesterday. I just want to commence by asking you the background of Section 218. Firstly, can you actually translate the word confession for me in Zulu? What does it mean?
Ukusho okwenzile ngesikhathi ucommita a crime.
It is to say what you did at the time of the commission of a crime.
Okay. All right. In this case, as I've said, I just want to draw you back to Section 218, subsection 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Are you familiar with that provision?
Yes, but not word to word.
Yebo ke u218 ona ongibuza ngaye ke ngiyamazi ke kodwa hayi ukuthi nje ngimazi ewonke noma ephelele igama ngegama.
Yeah, looking at the evidence that you gave to the court, that this is the fourth pointing out that you have ever conducted since you were appointed as a police officer. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Shilo ukuthi bese noma kube kuyesine noma bezu4 ezinye ebese ngizenzile ke i-pointing out ngaphambi kwaleni.
Can you please go back to the paragraph in the pro forma where you said you were requested by Colonel Gininda? You see that paragraph that deals with that?
Yes.
I think it's paragraph 2, if I'm not mistaken. Do you see that?
It's 1.
It's paragraph 1.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for the correction. So in that paragraph, you mentioned that you were telephoned by Colonel Gininda to conduct an investigation regarding the pointing out.
Yes, my lord.
Yebo ke lana kubhaliwe ukuthi ke ngafonela ke no Colonel Gininda ukuthi ngilekeleleke nayo i-pointing out.
Did he specify, because according to the answers that you put here, he said, you can assist me in my case. He did not specify actually what case was he referring to. Do you agree?
Yes.
Lana yebo kubhaliwe ukuthi wangicela ukuthi ngimlekelele ngecase yakhe akashongo ke noma anikeze imininingwane ukuthi yipi i-case.
Was it on purpose that it was omitted in your pro forma to conduct a case and does not specify what type of a case was it?
My lord, it's never intentional to hide information, but it is not correct that a person will tell you on what case does he want you to do pointing out, because he will then be discussing the merits of the case.
Akukho ke okwenziwa ngenhloso noma ukuthi mhlambe ke kuyafihlwa ke noma kungavezwa ke noma kwenziwa lokho ngenhloso, kodwa ke angeke kube kahle ke noma kube right ukuthi manje uma esecela ukuthi umlekelele ecasini ase ekunikeza nemininingwane ukuthi yiPH, ngoba manje ke uzobe esekhuluma noma esekutshela ke ngecase leyo.
Yes, but in relation to this provision of Section 218, there was a specific effect that you expected from the accused. There's a specific, or there's a fact that you were supposed to discover from the accused in terms of that provision. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yebo ke ngokwalo mthetho ke u218 kwakhona ke lokho kufanele ukuthi ke ngikutholeke noma ngikuzweke kuyena umsolwa.
And in terms of discovering that fact in relation to the information to be given by the accused, that means you had no prior knowledge. You had no prior knowledge of the facts in which you were to conduct a pointing out. Is that
That's
so?
correct, my lord.
Ukuthi ke kathi ke noma ngaleso sikhathi noma uma esengitshelile ke ngalokho ke umsolwa kusho ukuthi umtshela ngento ebengingenayo ulwazi lwayo noma bengenayo imininingwane mayelana necala lelo.
So when going to a question where after you have explained to him, especially Section 35, about the reasons for his arrest, you indicated that he was arrested. He said he was arrested he was going to point out for the allegations of dealing in drugs. Is that so?
My lord, the accused never said he was going to point out on allegations of drugs.
Umsolwa akakaze asho ukuthi kuzoyokhomba mayelana neinsolo zokushushumbisa noma ke zokusebenza ngeidakamizwa.
He said he was in custody on a drug dealing case.
Wathi uboshelwe icala leidakamizwa.
All right. To make a follow-up on that question, in your mind, because you said you did not have a prior knowledge regarding the facts upon which he was supposed to go and point out, were you under the impression that he was going to point out on the case that he was arrested for?
My lord, in my mind, it was the accused who was going to point out on whatever he wanted to point out.
Mina noma ke emfundweni wami ke kwakuwumsolwa owayezohamba ayokhomba noma yini leyo yena awayifuna noma efisa ukuthi ayoyikhomba.
May I approach the state, my lord? Thank you. So about the case of Senzo Meyiwa, how did you come about to know about his death?
I came up to know about his death on television.
Ukwazi kwami ke mayelana nokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa ngakwazi lokho ke ngokubona ke ku-TV.
So you had a knowledge in terms of before the accused were arrested, that there were other people that were arrested before the accused in relation to that matter. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi ke bakukhona ke nabanye abantu ababeboshiwe ke ngaphambilini ke ukuthi baboshwe bona ke nalokho ke ngakwazi.
If it came to your attention on the 5th of June 2020 that the pointing out that you had to conduct related to the death of Senzo Meyiwa, did that not conflict with the information that you expected from accused number one to give you prior to the pointing out?
My Lord, it did not conflict with the information that I had because I had very little knowledge regarding the in-depth investigation of Senzo Meyiwa's case.
Ukuthi ke i-pointing out leyo ke yayimayela ke nalo ke idaba lokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa angeke ngithi ke kwaphuzana ke noma kwakushayisana lokho naloko mina ke enganginako noma ulwazi enganginalo ngoba ke ulwazi enganginalo mayelana nokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa laluncane kakhulu.
Are you aware that as per the requirement of section 218, as the accused person, as you said, he voluntarily and freely gave you the information relating to the said matter? Was it not a supplementary information from what you had prior?
My Lord, the information that I got from the accused was never a supplementary information because I did not have any in-depth information regarding the case. And I never formed part of the investigation of the case.
Ulwazi ke awanginika lona ke noma angalithola kuyena ke umsolwa bangasibona ke ukwengeza kulokho ke enganginakho ngoba ngangingenalo ke ulwazi olujulile ke mayela ke nalo icala noma ukushona kwakhe uSenzo ngoba angikaze beyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
All right. Now, upon your arrival at Albertine Police Station, you gave the reason that they did not want to account for the fear of the escape. You still remember saying that?
That's true, my Lord.
Shilo ke ngiyakhumbula ngikusho ukuthi babe Albertine ke babengafisile noma bengafuni ukuthi fanele ukuthi baphenduleke mayela nokubaleka kwakhe noma ukuthi ke angabaleka.
Did you buy that reason? Did you actually accede to that reason to be the real reason?
Yes, my Lord. Hence, I went and signed for the accused in the registers.
Kwakulokho ke kwaba imbangela ke yokuthi noma ingakho ke ngahamba ke mina ngaya kuyona iregister leyo kwaba yimina umuntu osayindayo noma umsayindelayo uSola.
We're talking about the accused who intended to point out freely and voluntarily. Do you think of any reason why they had a reason to believe that he was going to escape? On the other hand, the accused is the one who volunteered to the pointing out. Is that not a contrast?
My Lord, it is not a contrast. The members that had doubts and feared about an escape were the people of Albertine SAPS, who were then in custody of the accused at the time.
Akusukuthi ke kunokushayisana noma kunokubuzana ke ukuthi umsolwa koluhlangothi uyena umuntu wayefisa noma efunaka ukuthi ukuphuma kuyena ukuthi ayokhomba nokuthi manje lapha bonaka amaphoyisa ayesaba ke ukuthi uma kungenzeka ukuthi ke eqe noma ke abaleke lokho ke akusibona ke ukubuzana nokushayisana abantu ababesaba ke babesaba lokho yilaba abase Albertine Police Station ekwakuyibona awaye ngaphansi kwabo.
All right, let's get back now to the explanation of rights. You indicated yesterday that you explained the rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution, the right to remain silent, the consequences of not remaining silent, right to legal representation, right to apply for legal aid in the event it does not have money. And I did not receive a response in relation to or after the accused said, yes, I understand. I'm still curious to know why there was no follow-up after he said he does understand, because it's not clear whether he understood the rights as explained and he intended to either to opt for a legal representation or to speak without, or to waive the right to remain silent.
My Lord, the questions do not only stop at yes, I understand. It continues where I warn the accused, and it still goes, do you still further wish to point out the sins, where he then says, I still want to point out and give a statement. So it's not only based on, stops on yes, I understand.
Lemibuzo ke ayiphelile kuphela ke ethi nje ingabe uyezwa yini, iyaqhubeka ke ngoba ke ila sengimxwayisa khona ke ukuthi uyabuzwa ke ukuthi usafisa yini noma kuseyisifiso sakho yini sokuthi uqhubekeke uyokhomba, aphenduleke athi ngisafisa noma ngisafuna ukuthi ngiyokhomba futhi nginikeze ngestatement.
All right, let's get into the right to have legal representation. What was his response in terms of that?
He was informed of all the rights and he chose to continue. That is the response.
Now, say, let me be specific in terms of the right to legal representation. I think if it was an option that was exercised by the accused, that should have been in your pro forma as an answer you got directly from the accused.
My Lord, it couldn't be. The accused was informed of all his rights, and the accused still preferred to continue.
Lana ke umsolwa uma uthi ke bakufanele lelo lungelo ke uma kokuthi isinqumo sakho kwakuthi ke aqhubeke ngaphandle komeli, kwakumele ngibhale phansi lokho noma khona kule form bangeke ke ngoba ke umsolwa watshelwa ke ngawo onke amalungelo akhe waseqhubeka ke yenako noma ke ethi kuqhubeka.
But I'm specific about the right to a legal representative. I understand you talk about all the rights because he was supposed to exercise his right, his constitutional right. Either he wants to go in person or to be represented. That's the right that I'm concerned about at the moment.
My Lord, my answer is that all these rights, it does not mean the legal one is sacrosanct or bigger than the other one. All the rights were explained to him and he chose to continue. Going specific on a specific right means that then we undermine the rest of the other rights.
Lamalungelo awawatshela noma awanikezwa onke akusho ukuthi ke leli lungelo wena ke ugxile kulona ke lommeli lingaphezulu ke kwamanye. Uma manje ke sesizokhetha ke elilodwa kusho ukuthi amanye lana ke ama rights wona ke awabalulekile.
So are you telling the court that the rights that are mentioned in this pro forma are the only rights that are enshrined under Section 35 of the Bill of Rights? Is that what you're telling the court?
No, my Lord.
Angisho ukuthi lana abhalwe lana ke iwona kuphela ama rights akhona ke ngaphansi kwakhe uSection 35.
In explanation of the rights at that moment, did you explain to him that he has a right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty? Did you explain that right?
I explained the rights that were in the pro forma, my Lord.
Yabuza kumeli ukuthi ke ilungelo lokuthi ke ubonwa ke noma ke uzobonwa ke umsulwa kuze kube yisikhathi la khona ke ulahlwa icala noma amacala enkantolo bendithi ke mina ngichaze amalungelo la akhona ke ku-form.
So at the time you were explaining these rights, I'm glad you considered that particular right you never explained to the accused. Let me proceed by saying, when you explain these rights to the accused, Were you aware as to when was he arrested?
No, my lord.
Cha ngangingazi-ke nkathi ngimtshela ngala malungelo ukuthi waboshwa nini.
Did you ask the accused as to when was he arrested?
No, my lord, I did not ask him when was he arrested.
Futhi-ke angimbuzanga-ke nokuthi waboshwa nini.
Why not? Why didn't you ask what was he arrested for?
Because he informed me that he knew what he was arrested for, and he was informed of the reasons of his arrest, and that he was currently in custody on a different matter, which is dealing in drugs.
Ngoba-ke yena-ke wangitshela-ke ukuthi uboshelweni, wangitshela-ke nokuthi-ke bamazisa-ke noma babemtshelile-ke ukuthi kungani eboshiwe, nokuthi-ke futhi-ke kwakulinye icala-ke ley'dakamizwa.
So, if he said or he informed you that he was arrested or is in custody for the charges of dealing in drugs, so you never inquire as to the reason before he actually waived all these rights. Did you inform him, or did he inform you that he was going to make a pointing out in relation to the present allegations against him? Did he inform you? Other than the answer that you got from him that he was in custody for another offense, which is dealing in drugs. But did he, as a person who made a statement or a pointing out, or a person who intended to make a pointing out freely and voluntarily, he should have freely and voluntarily informed you that I want to go and point out at the crime scene as per the allegations.
My lord, when I asked the accused, his answer was, yes, I was informed. Because the question was, the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution. And he said, yes, I was informed. I took it that he knows what he says he was informed of.
Lana-ke umbuzo uthi wase ebuzwa-ke ukuthi watshelwa yini mayelana nesizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe, nanjengoba kukhona-ke kuyena usection 35 wasephendula-ke wathi yebo ngatshelwa. Lokho-ke kwase kuthi kumina-ke ukuthi-ke wayekwazi-ke lokho athi wakuthela.
My question is, did he inform you that he was going to point out freely and voluntarily without being induced by anyone to a crime scene in relation to this matter? Did he inform you?
Yes, hence there is a statement that continues after the performance.
Yebo wangitshela-ke ukuthi la azoyokhomba khona-ke into leyo ayizenzelayo noma ephuma kuyena-ke yingakho-ke manje sekune-statement-ke manje emuva kokuthi-ke iperforma lena iqediwe.
All right. At the police station, you mentioned that there were Metro Police officers.
Yes, my lord.
Police police station.
Were they escorting the accused, according to the information you got?
Yes, my lord, it seems so.
Have you inquired from the accused if he was familiar with Albertine and the directions towards the place where he was going to point out?
Yes, my lord, I did.
Ngambuza umsola ukuthi ke Albertine lena uyayazi kanye futhi nendawo lena ke ayizohamba ayokhomba yona.
So what was the response to him after he made such an inquiry?
He said he is not familiar with Albertine. If we can take him to the entrance of Fosloras, he will show us.
Awasitshela kona ke ukuthi Albertine yena akayazi Kodwa ke uma singamthatha nje simiseke noma siyomfica uyofika lapho kungenwa khona noma ke i-entrance yase-phosphorus ila azositshengisa khona.
You know why he was kept in Albertine police station prior to going to phosphorus or?
No, my lord.
We don't have a reason why he was kept at Albertine police station.
My lord, the only reason would have been he is transferred from a specific station to Albertine.
Kuphela kwesizathu ke sokuthi bangabe kungani ke agcinwe e-Albertine ukuthi ke asithi nje ususwe kwesinye isiteshi wabese ethathwa ke esikwa khona e-Albertine.
But you can confirm before this honorable court that it was not his instruction that he can take the person who's conducting the pointing out from Albertine police station to the crime scene.
That's true, my lord. Hence, I gave what he said to.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke akazasho ukuthi yena ke angasithatha ke usuke e-Albertine kuye lapho ukhomba khona ingakho ke ngishiqeda ukusho manje lokho awakusho yena.
So you further not in dispute of the fact that from Villaria to Phosphorus, where he was assaulted, and back to Albertine. You cannot dispute that.
That's true, my lord. I cannot dispute what I did not see. And I cannot confirm what I did not see.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi lokho kushoyo ukuthi wasuswe Villaria baya ke ePhosphorus la athi washaywa khona wasebuyele e-Albertine futhi ke angeke ngiyiphikise into engazange ngiyibone ngeke ngiyiphikile ngivume futhi into engazange ngiyibone.
Okay, now we are leaving Albertine police station. At what time did we depart from Albertine police station?
My lord, we left Albertine police station at it is here on the form. It is at, I think, around 1300 hours or just before 1300 hours.
Noma ngesikhathi esaphuma ngaso ke noma esasuka ngaso khona e-Albertine ke u-1300 noma ke u-1 noma nje ngaphambi kwakhe uthi kushaye u-1.
Where's that time you're referring to in your performance? In which paragraph are you referring?
It's not. I thought I wrote it, but there is no space for it. But it was before what?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngangisibhale leso sikhathi kodwa ke angisiboni space kodwa ke kwakungaphambi ko-1.
So I don't think I'll consider that answer as the answer that I expected from you, the one who was assigned to conduct the pointing out. You should have specified as to the time in which you departed from Albertine, because you specified the time you returned to Albertine. You said you returned at 1:30.
That's true, my lord. I would have specified it if it was here if there was a space for it here on the form.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngishilo ukuthi sabuya ke ngo1:30 uma bekuthi ispace besikhona ke sochaza isikhathi esahamba ngaso ngabe ke lokho kukhona la.
I did not intentionally not mention it to hide anything.
Angikwenzanga lokho ke ngenhloso ukuthi ke kube khona ke engikufihlayo ukuthi ke leso sikhathi leso singabi khona la.
Was it not imperative? I understand you make an ill excuse of a space on the proforma. Was it not imperative for you to record the time of departure? Because it was imperative for you to take photos of the odometer of the motor vehicle that transported the accused person. I find no reason for you not to specify the time in which you departed.
My lord, I'm being asked a question which is clear. The kilometer reading of the vehicle appears on the form, hence it was written. Time of departure does not appear on the form, and the comparison thereof I don't understand.
Lana ngibuzwa ke umbuzo ocacile ukuthi ke i-reading ke noma ama-kilometer emoto kona kukhona nama space sakho lokho kukhona lana ukuthi ke manje kuqhathaniswe lokho nesikhathi sokuhamba ngoba la isikhathi sokuhamba asikho space ayikho indawo ebhalwe lokho la kwi-form.
All right. How were we going to determine as to how long did it take you to conduct the pointing out if there's no record of the departure?
The time of how long did I do the pointing out can be determined by me giving evidence and explaining to this court.
Isikhathi ke sokuthi noma ukuthi bathatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi ke lokho akhomba noma ke pointing out lokho ke kungathi kutholwe ke ngokuthi mina ke nginikeze ubufakazi la enkantolo.
The reason for this question is to demonstrate a lot of mistakes that you have made during the investigating process. You've made a lot of mistakes in this proforma.
I do not agree, madam.
Angivumi ke uma uthi ngenze amaphutha amaningi kule form.
All right. I'll firstly highlight the first mistake you've made. The first mistake, you said you received the information on the 5th of May, on the 4th of May. That was the first mistake. And you wanted to correct it under oath because you did not see that mistake prior to the disclosure of this form to the defense. That's the first mistake you've made. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. It's a human error.
Ngiyavuma ukuthi ke umuntu ngalenza ke iphutha uma uthi ke ngenza iphutha lokuqala ukuthi ngibhale mina i4 zika May.
I want to remind you that we are here about the life of a person. The life of a person who has been deprived of his freedom. So if you talk about human error, we understand human error. Is it a human error again not to record the time of departure? It's also a human error.
My lord, it's not necessarily a human error not to record the time of departure. It is not in the form. I worked according to the form of the pointing.
Mina ngisebenze ngayo iform lena isikhathi lesi sokuthi sisuke nganini eAlbertine ayikho indawo yakho lokho la.
Okay, I'll move on. I'll leave that for argument. But yes. I can see you are evasive. You are trying to avoid my question. Let's move on. Let's look at the time you came back. You recorded 1:30. Is that correct?
That's true, my lord.
Isikhathi sokubuya ke engisibhalile la 1:30.
All right. Give us a practical picture. You are departing from Albertine Police Station. At the moment you are departing, after you have explained the rights, you come back 1:30. Then you mentioned that you completed the form. It was 14:20. Do you
yes.
agree?
I agree, my lord.
Yebo ke masibuya ngishilo noma ngibhalile la ukuthi ke kwakuse manje u20:02 noma 14:20 uma seqedela ke iform kathi sesibuyile.
So to complete this form took you more or less 50 minutes according to time frame. 1:30 you came back, you attended to complete the form 2:20, or more or less 50 minutes. Is that correct?
That is not to complete the form that took 50 minutes. There was an interview and a statement obtained from the accused. That whole thing encompasses the 2:20 time.
Akusilona iqiniso ukuthi ke manje uqedela ke iform lokho kwathatha u50 minutes. Kwaba manje ke ne-interview ke nayo nokuthatha ke lesi statement bese kuyena umsolo. Konke ke lokho ukuhlanganisa ke ikona ke okwayofika ke kulesa sikhathi sika 2:20.
As you were going to the place or to the crime scene, were you taking some notes from what the accused was saying when you're conveying him to the crime scene? Were you jotting some notes, making some entries?
There was nothing that he said on our way to the crime scene.
Endleleni ke eyakhona lapho ke kwindawo yesigameko akukho awakusho ke noma awayekusho umsolo.
So are you telling the court that within that 50 minutes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the statement of the accused consists of 2 pages, and the pro forma consists of 5 pages, 3 pages of the statement. Yes, 2 pages. So more or less 8 pages that you completed within a period of 50 minutes. Was that probable?
Yes.
Yebo ukuthi ke lama page awu80 ngangwa kwenzeka noma kuthiwa into engenzeka ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso sika 50 minutes ngaqeda.
So during the pointing out, I don't want to get into the merits of the pointing out, but can you assure the court that there was no investigating officer present, physically present during the pointing out?
Yes, I can assure the court.
Nganikezwa lenkantolo isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke ngalesi sikhathi ke ekhomba ke noma ku pointing out umphenyi wecala ke noma useshi wayengekho.
Do you know Mr. Mahano? Sergeant Mahano, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the title?
Yes.
Or rank. Do you know him?
Yes.
Yebo ngiyamazi ke uSergeant Mahane.
What was his involvement during the pointing out? Was he present? He was not present?
The last time I saw him, he was at the police station when I gave him the forms.
Ukugcina kwami ukumbona ke kwakuse police station kanti ngimnikeza ke ama forms.
So in other words, he was not at the scene crime
Yes.
scene, sorry.
Yes.
Wayengekho ke lapha yana kule ndawo yesigameko.
That's not my instruction. My instruction is that Sergeant Mahano was present when this pointing out took place, in the presence of more or less heavily armed TRT police unit.
That's not correct, my lord. I did not see Sergeant Mahano there. And
sorry.
the other thing that I need to clarify to the court is that the question was, during the pointing out, was the investigating officer there? I said no, because the investigating officer is Brigadier Gininda.
Lana ke umbuzo
So Brigadier Gininda was nowhere there.
Umbuzo ubuzile ukuthi umseshi noma umphenyi weqala wayekhona ke ngathi cha. Umphenyi weqala kwakuyiBrigadier Gininda yena ke wayengekho lapho.
There's evidence before this court that Mahano was present when a confession was made in the presence of or in front of a magistrate for accused number 2. He was present at that time, but not inside according to the state witnesses. He was present. I just want to check his involvement in this, if he was not an investigating officer.
My lord, I wouldn't know what is Mahano's participation in the investigation. I would only answer for what I did on the day of the pointing out, which is to hand over documents to him.
Angeke ngazi ke ukuthi ke umhano ke yena ke kwakuyini ke emhlanganisa ke nophenyo kwalelo cala engakusho ke mina ke yilokho mina nje engakwenza ngalelo langa le pointing out okuba kumnikeza ama documents.
So do you also dispute that there were members of the TRT police officers or police unit?
During the pointing out, there wasn't any member of the TRT.
Ngesikhathi pointing out yenzeka lalingekho ilunga noma amalunga eTRT.
Who was escorting you?
I was escorted by EMPD members.
Abantu ababeng-escorta amalunga ake e-EMPD.
How many were they?
They were in 2 cars, my lord. I think there were 4.
Babehamba ngey'moto ezimbili, ngicabanga ukuthi babe-4.
Did you not observe or see a minibus that was transporting the members of the TRT?
No, my lord, I didn't.
Angizange ngibone-ke ibhasi ehamba-ke labo be-TRT.
So these members of the EMPD, were they also present during the pointing out?
My lord, they kept a distance away from the pointing out.
Laba-ke be-EMPD bona-ke babeqhelileke
But they were present in the distance.
babekhona-ke lapho i-pointing out yenzeka kodwa-ke babeqhelile.
May I consult you?
Yes.
So, in terms of your experience in relation to the pointing out, you said, as you have said, this was the 4th one. So you did not have necessary skill and experience and proficiency to conduct a pointing out.
That's a good piece. I don't understand what is the basis for that question. The witness has put his background on record, how he worked at, amongst others, murder and robbery in the vow. Can we just get clarity as to what is the basis for that?
Yes, the basis for this question is
What is the basis?
Arises from the mistakes that he has made and the last statement that he has made in which the witness indicated that he has, to the best of his knowledge, satisfied himself that the information is incorrect. I believe it's in the last page of the pro forma. May I proceed, Madam?
Where do you see that? You say there's what on this pro forma?
There's an indication from at the last page.
Indication.
Yes.
Last page.
Last page. It starts with after the conclusion of, my lord.
Yeah. So where is that indication? Because I see after the conclusion, pointing of the scenes and of points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scenes and of points. 1. Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said has been noted down correctly? Answer, yes. 2. Are you satisfied that which you pointed out is your own version of what took place? Answer, yes. Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? Answer, no. Are you satisfied with the interpreter? It's not applicable because there was no interpreter. Where is the indication, sir?
May I withdraw that, Madam?
Yes.
Because the basis for this question, let me just rephrase it in this manner. After the completion of this pro forma, did you recheck every information that is contained there?
I went through the pro forma hence I immediately left it.
Iphotho lena ngayibheka ke mase ngiqedile ke ingakho ke ngayishiya.
All right. May I just put the version of the accused before I conclude my cross-examination? My instruction is that the accused person was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 at Tshepiso. During the arrest, he was assaulted. He was then taken to Vosloorus, next to a municipality area, where he was further assaulted, choked with a plastic bag. And
sorry, just for my clarification.
Yes.
Is it in a room? Is it in the open field? Is it in a police station? Where? A residential area, because you say he was again assaulted.
He was assaulted.
Where?
At police.
If you want to disclose it, if you don't want to find, it's just for my clarification.
I'll clarify that, my lord, because it's my version. It's the version of the accused. On the day he was arrested, on the 30th of May 2020, he was assaulted by the police outside the house. Yeah. He was assaulted by the police in Tshepiso at a place called Litabong. And he was then taken again to Vosloorus, to a place which he assumed or suspected to be a municipality area next to the court, where he was further assaulted. Thereafter, he was transported to Albertine. And on the 30th, he was assaulted in the presence of Colonel Mboto, who took a confession from the accused. Can you comment on that?
You know, Mr. Gomez, I want to be fair to you.
Yes.
You didn't also examine Mboto. The assertion which was put was never that he was assaulted in the presence of Colonel Mboto. The assertion was that when the accused entered Mboto's office, the assault stopped. And Mboto took out a completed pro forma and a completed statement. He said to the accused, "Why did you sign this? Because these people are going to keep on assaulting you." That was what was put, not inside the office.
May I confirm that?
Yeah, so I don't want us to.
My lord, I beg leave to adjourn for a few minutes, madam. I just want to take proper instruction relating to this, because I'm so sorry, because the version that I'm putting to the accused, to the witness, I'm not privy to the version that was given or put.
I just told you what it was.
That's correct.
Yeah.
There's something that I need to correct before we proceed.
How long?
10 minutes.
What's the time there?
20 minutes. It's 5 to 11.
20 minutes. Okay.
Hi guys, right, we can see now that this thing is actually taking a certain shape. Right now there's a change of story here. You can send in your voice note and let's hear what can you say about this Hadebe. Is he in line? Is he saying things which are right? Mtoko is saying drugs are involved also. Yes, this guy was brought into this Hadebe in the issue that he was caught with drugs or something, like it has to do with drugs. But Jiki, the story changed and then it went on to the issue of the murder at Falls Rollers. So guys, I don't know what's your take over this. I don't know if you are checking it correctly and you are seeing what I'm seeing. I don't know, maybe I'm seeing it in the wrong way. Yeah. Let's see how it's going to be like. There's an argument here. Gloria was actually thinking accused number 1 and 2, they are lying. But now what we were trying to put across to Gloria was that we are trying to actually find out the answers from this man, because his version or his confession or testimony, whatever it is, it's not adding up. Hence the questions are coming in. Mkomezulu is asking the questions and he's dodging the questions. He's not coming straight with the right answers. That's why it's actually moving up and down. But I don't know what's your take over this. I will reserve my comment, but I want you people to tell me what's your view over it. I don't want to be inclined to one side. I want us to be neutral and actually understand what exactly is happening here, because definitely we all want to see justice being served. If you have a voice note, you can send it to me. I can play it right now. In the interim, while you are waiting for the 20 minutes for the time to come in. So let's just hear, guys, what you think over this, because Tembelihle, there were too many mistakes. There were a lot of mistakes. There were a lot of mistakes that happened, and he said because the paper was not having enough space, he couldn't write the time, he couldn't write certain things. So I don't know, guys, what you think about this. I don't know what you think about this. So let's just actually wait and see how it's going to be like. What's your view? What's your take?
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
Right, guys, I don't know. Sbosh, you're saying I also think the accused are misleading the advocate. Okay. Why do you say that? Please explain. You say the accused are also misleading the advocate. Tell us more. Just give us your view. Bakepi, you're saying, tell us, what do you see? What I was seeing here is that I was seeing that during the cross-examination, the questions that Mkomezulu was asking, they were not being answered clearly. That's what I was just seeing. Hence, it will appear as if there is something that is being hidden here. There's an issue of number 1. Firstly, yesterday we saw the issue of the interpreter. Today he was now asked, what do you say a confession is in Zulu? I don't know if he answered that one correctly. But now, the thing is, when you look at it, there are some errors that were happening. That's what Mkomezulu wants to bring out. Obakwe, you're saying Mkomezulu is soft today. No, he's picking up, I'm sure. He wants to put a ground on what he wants to say. Lulamile, you're saying if he's telling the truth, why is he dodging Mkomezulu's question? That's my view also. That's what I was actually talking about, that if he's telling the truth, you see, he can just answer the questions directly. There's no two ways of dodging or saying anything. All right, he was given an instruction. There's a guy coming in. Now, when he's with the guy is actually there because of drugs. According to his report, he is there because of drugs. Jiki, the story turns into a murder scene of Senzo. So now, you see, now that's what I'm trying to actually add. 1 + 1, want to add it. Sakila is saying not at all. The form did not prescribe for that. The guy is solid. That is why Mgomezulu is getting frustrated and resort to personal attacks like he did with the magistrate Abamaleki Labantu period. Okay, that's your view. That's your view over this. I get what you are saying. Sanele are saying just wait and see. Yes. Bakepi are saying even if they can bring the president, I will never be satisfied until they bring people who were in the house to answer what happened on the 26th of October 2014. Right, guys, honestly speaking, when you look at this case here, when you look at everything that is happening like today, it's going in two ways. If Adebe is saying the truth, which means it's frustrating the advocate, but if he's actually lying, it's also frustrating as well. So there's too many things that are happening. Daniel, you are saying intimidation was the case. Even Adebe is not telling the truth. Here, no, now there were police who were escorting him to the pointing scene. My point is the accused was scared. That's what I'm trying to, yes, guys, that's what we are trying to actually bring out. That's what we are exactly. Daniel, thank you for that. You gave it clear. Thank you for summarizing what I'm trying to say, because I've been trying to. What you've just said in that paragraph is all what I wanted to say. To say that Hadebe, firstly, he said he was alone. If you hear him correctly, he said he was alone. He went to pointing out of the scene alone. When he was now asked, he is now saying no. There were police, metro police that followed them. Guys, there's a lot here. Kenneth, you're saying, if I will be a lawyer one day, I will not allow the witness to correct the mistake under the oath. That thing is hogwash. This Adebe see his lies revealed about the date of him and Gininda consultation. He changed in order to suit their agenda. Thank you, Kenneth. You see, all these things, we are looking people and we are seeing. We are all observers here. We are observing and we are seeing things. We are looking at these things with a critical eye, because most of these things, when we are looking at them, you can actually see where errors are. You can actually see where mistakes are. You can actually see where they are playing with our mind there. So, guys, I don't know. Let me see if I have got some voice notes. There is a voice note. Let me just see. Let me open up. I need to. Okay, there is a voice note. There is a voice note. I'm not sure who sent the voice note. Let me open up the voice note quickly. But that's the general part. And I don't know. I don't know with this Hadebe if we will actually get to an understanding of how these things are working out. I don't know. Let's hear from Gloria. Gloria is the one I'm trying to open. Gloria, I'm opening up your voice note. I don't know why it's delaying to download, and I'm using fiber here. My speed, my internet speed is very fast. I don't know why it's downloading very slow. Non-class, like I was saying, Hadebe is a fraudster. He realized this man in his cell to ask him get drug. Exactly. What? Can't he was fooling the accused. He wanted him to answer the murder case. Waba? Why would he deserve the accused like that? You see, that's the thing that we are talking about. You see, Hadebe, he was actually saying the people were scared that he would run away. You remember, he said that. He said they were scared of a possible escape. They were scared. I don't know why my WhatsApp is slow to open up. What is happening here? I don't know why my WhatsApp is slow. Hey, Gloria, your voice note is taking time to open. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think Hadebe has hijacked my system. I don't know what is happening, but I'll just be patient enough. It will open up. I'm sure it will open up. It will open up very soon. But nevertheless, don't worry. I'll see how I can open it up quickly, because it's I don't know why it's dragging. It's on my computer, so I want it to open up so that I can actually play your voice note. Others, you can also send your voice notes in the interim while I'm trying to yeah. Pardon me, get wrong spelling. It's typing error. No, we've understood the message. Don't know what. We have got the message actually. Don't worry about that one. We have understood the message. What was important was the message that was the that was in that text of yours. So let me just quickly organize quickly the voice note. I want to open the voice note. So guys, what's your take? What's your take over Hadebe? Many people are saying we need the people in the house to come.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable. Look, we hold a view and a
I was trying to make this voice note to be alright. Now it's on. Thank you. I was busy fighting with this voice note to come right, but it is right now. Let me just play your voice note, Gloria.
Morning. I think these guys, they are lying. Why do I say so? Because there's many people, and there's no one we have come to do witness, like, no, I wasn't there for now. If there's one or two guys who say, no, I wasn't there to take the confirmation of these people, we would say these guys, they are really lying. And if you check the line of the story, ihamba kahle, ihamba ngokuya mawukhangela futhi then lama witnesses asekabe azokhuluma uyabona la ukuthi this story there's something adding, there's little bit subtracting, but there's more adding. You see, now wait and see until the end. Those three ones, labana, they could be friends, but these two laba bathi khona they were beaten and so on. Yeah, these ones, they know their story. But let's wait. And then silalele ama witnesses abuyayo, because if mangikhangele, I remember my husband was in this same situation. Icala belenzile. They stayed for 7 years in jail. Belenzile icala. But baphika bathi, no, we didn't do it. The witnesses, they were coming with the same thing until they were arrested. But it was a different case. Kodwa but manje siya ngokufunda ngiyabona ukuthi hayi, there is the question. Yeah, let's wait and see.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. It's Boshi here in Bosberg. The advocates are coming, all right. This man, Mr. Hadewe, is lying. He don't stick to his point. He's just dodging the questions. But I've got the problem with the accused now. We can win. They can win. The advocates can win this case, but they mustn't add. They mustn't lie. Now there is this thing of Mboto. There is this statement that Mboto, the guy was assaulted before Mboto's office. Chiki. Now he was insulted in front of Mboto. It ends up like Nati, Asina, the accused and they are not. We must stick in one thing. If it's truth, it's truth. Don't add truth with lies. It won't. Abameqinisweni ma washaya wafika wasuka lapha kwamalaphana yebo ungathi hayi ngashaya ngazi ngashaya phambi kwabani into engenzekanga, which is wrong. And apha ingasabonakali which is which.
Yabona nje viral news uHadebe had a motive esuka nje ekseni ethola icall evela kuGenindo ukuthi akenze so and so already lapho wayenikezwa ama-instructions ukuthi hamba ukhiphe this guy and this guy uzokhishwa wena wedwa, not abanye abantu, ngoba if esekhishwa abanye abantu kuzobonakala ukuthi lapha phansi kubhalweni kanti bengasiyo leyo nto. Mistake number 1, umkhiphela ukuthi uyombuza ngama-drugs in uyokhomba in mese befikile lapha endaweni sekambuza nge-murder case, of which phansi ubhale ezinye izinto. Number 2, uzobhala isikhathi sokubuya wasiyekelane sokuhamba. Uyabona ukuthi vele ushiye ngey'bomu ngobani ufihla ukuthi bekwenzakalani, kuhanjwe ngasikhathini, kuzobalwa futhi ukuthi mabesuke la baya to point B kuthatha isikhathini. So yena wafihla yonke leyo nto, usezoqamba manga usezothi space besingekho. Number 2, abanye abantu uyabaphika bebengekho, abanye abantu uyabavuma, like benza ama-accuse ilima iziphukuphuku ukuthi babukekeza abantu ababhede vele. Accuse uyasho ukuthi hayibo bekukhona uzibanibani nozibanibani, yena ngoba uclave utrainiwe, he was told by the high officials ukuthi uphike ngisho ngathini, and then he knows very well ukuthi that person was there. So nje vele this thing nje it's a setup, futhi nje iske yabheda ma ukuthiwa uGenindo yena ufonile wathi akahamba yokwenza ukuthi yena wayolanda isigebengu, a high profile criminal ebulale umuntu odumile umhlaba wonke. Abanye abantu abafuna ukubakhipha, Ananias Mathi bebamkhipha nje eqa kunjalo, kodwa bamkhipha still bebamkhipha. Akazi kuthiwa amaphoyisa anqabe ukukhipha uAnanias Mathe eyo-attenda icase enkantolo. Siqala ukuzwa manje ngelika Senzo.
Morning, guys. By the way, that Hadebe is a big lie, I'm telling you. He told us no one was want to accountable for the. By the way, no one wants to be accountable for this man who was on the cell. Means no one was willing to take accountability for this man. Okay, who give him the keys to open the cells? Because there is someone who give him the keys to open the cell, unless he find it on top of the desk there by the reception. Who give him the keys? That person who give him the keys to open the cell is the one who must be accountable. He must told us who give him the keys. He must told us who helped him to take Usbia to the car. Because this thing of Hadebe trying to run away from the fact that he knows who hand over the accused number 1 to him. Nothing can happen automatically. He must told us who give him the keys for that.
Guys, I'm hearing you are saying the accused are confused. The accused are not confused. These guys, they are still telling the same story. They are still telling the same story. But sometimes, as an advocate, you may put a different vision to the witness, and then accused is raising the hand, was raising the hand that you want to correct something. So that's why advocate also asked for a short adjournment that he can consult, and then these guys are still telling the same story. But what I'm noticing, maybe these guys did a confession after they were promised money, and now I can't understand them. And then now they realize that those guys, they are not paying them money anymore, because this thing, I call them, man. Why they were pointing up everything? Wow. Even if you were beaten, how can you point something that you didn't know? How can you know there's something to point if you were not there? If you are not buying on that, it's bad story. Maybe Kininda promised them money and then they were willing to take money, and then now they see, no, we are going down for, we are not receiving that 100,000, because some of these accused are already serving lives in prison. So if they were given money, they would say, oh, my family will survive, while we are saving the crime that we did. Aye. At the end, you will find the truth will come out.
It was a blow, as these families say they had not had contact with advocate Malisela Tefo, who had been representing the pair and 4 others.
Kulungile. uNkulunkulu usabele wasipho kubi nathi abanye abantu ebapho kuhle. Akekho umuntu ozalela ukuthi angazuzi ngengane yakhe. Nathi sibheke okuthile ngomzakhulelwa, njengoba ngangithi umzakhulelwa ngangilandela ukuzaleka kwami mina uqobo. Ngagcina ngithi-ke namhlanje ngizele umzakhulelwa. Umzakhulelwa uye yedwa, indodana yami ekhona la ekhaya.
Hi guys, wow, I hear your voice notes. Wow, you all have powerful points, and all of you have got powerful points, and you all have got powerful points, and for sure we are observing the same thing. We don't want them to change their story. It's true, and there is a lot that even non-Transla even said. There are too many things that she pointed out, and guys, we are all saying the same thing, but now we need actually to get clarity. There's still some things that are not making sense, but you can smell Gininda behind the scenes, right? You see now, when you look at it, you discover now that these guys, the things that are these families are saying is that most of them they were promised money. Yes, as they were promised money, the money was not actually accepted. That's the thing. They did not accept the money. These families were promised money. The money was not accepted. That's the other thing that you need to know. The money was not accepted. That's the thing that they were talking about, that the money was not accepted, and they refused because they were actually told that if you accept this money, if you accept the crime as it is, this money will be yours. But they did not accept the money. All right, that's the issue where the money was. But when you look at the paper trail, there are errors which we were talking about that actually happened. Others are saying this beating is said out of Mboto's place and all these things. As Bosch are saying, there's a statement saying he was assaulted before he reached Mboto's office. Now the advocate he was assaulted in front of Mboto. You see, we want it to be consistent. Not like they're saying Gininda wanted to beat one of the family members. Yes, according to the video that I post now, you see now that they were actually beaten up. They were actually even beaten up. Mr. Voice Note, we are the accused did the confession under duress. These people were tortured. Go and watch Mbopa Chia's case. Listen to that, what the guy is saying about the torture they do until you give them what they want. It's not about the money. Okay, yes, that's the other thing. It's not about the money. Listen, guys, these people can beat you. That's why if you hear this recording, this one, the video that is behind me now, you hear that it was done in there's what they call the apartheid style of interrogation. Adams, they're saying maybe the police thought that since the accused are criminals, they will just say, yes, we did it since they were already in jail. They won't lose anything. Now it's difficult. Guys, look at this. Even if you committed a crime, guys, you can't just rush and say, I want to give a confession. I want to give a confession. You can't. All of them doing the same thing, rushing to just go and say, where's the magistrate? I want to give a confession. I need to confess. Guys, come on, guys. There's something. So why would you do it if you now run around and say, please, I want now to give a confession. I'm coming. I'm here. I don't know. It's my view. I don't know. Geninda wanted to beat one of them family members. Okay, yes, I read that one. Gloria, you are saying, Mina, I don't believe any of them, even the defense, no. Tobelani, you are saying 8 pages completed in less than 50 minutes. That's impossible. Or maybe he's Sonic the Hedgehog. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Non-Chalra is answering Gloria. Yeah, you know one thing, people, right now we are in a position where we need to focus. Let's focus. Let's analyze this very well. Please, let's analyze this very well. It's very painful if you are accused and you are being accused for something that you did not do. Yes, we agree and we all agree and we all understand that, yes, true. The confession was made. We are not denying. Guys, let's understand this. We are not all denying. But it was done under duress. These guys were beaten up. There's a way that they can beat you up that you can't actually see even any blood from the outside, but internally the person will be in pain. So like I said, let us be observant and let us focus. We need to have a clear mind over this. We are not saying they did not make a confession, guys. They did make a confession, but the confession was made under duress. Remember, that's why the audio that May Kronji did, Vivian did, that magistrate, she did that audio. She recorded the audio without this guy knowing. So what was the reason? It shows something is fishy. Something is not making sense. How can you do a recording and you know you are somebody that is upholding the law, you are somebody who knows the law, and then you do something like that? You see, those are the errors that we are talking about, guys. That, look, why was this thing done in a fishy way? Even if, okay, fine, even if let's say these guys are at fault, but let it be proven nicely and clearly that no, this is like this. Clearly. We want to see something very clear. Mabote, you're saying Tanzi should know consistency is one of the key matters. Yeah, I agree with you, because we don't want things that will pop up, new things that will pop up, just to make sure that you free up yourself. The beating up, now you can see it was done at a municipal place. It was done in front of Mabote. It was done. I understand they can beat you up. I know I can understand that they can beat you up at all levels. So he can be right, but the thing is, they will ask, why didn't you say these things earlier? Why didn't you say these things before? I don't know. Dix, you're saying, good morning, my lord. Sorry, I'm late. No problem. You will actually buy lunch. Not that I'm saying, number one, the DNA excluded them beyond reasonable doubt. Number two, the evidence in chief, if it's not together, it's fishy. Even eyewitnesses, there's another voice note that just come in. But guys, let's just be very observant. Let's just be very observant over this matter, because definitely we are curious. All of us, we are curious. We just want to know what exactly happened on that particular day what really took place on that particular day. I have another voice note here. Let me just quickly play this voice note for you.
Guys, ikhesi yaphela ngesikhathi uTumelo I think unguTumelo ungangaphazami kulabafana abangani bakaSenzo bebekhona owathi yena abongcashe bebengobani yini lebebephethe begijimisa izigebengu. Umbuzo enganginawo luckily advocate Mshololo wawubuza wathi okay ngoba wena uthi abongcashe yini lebeyiphethe bengagijimisa izigebengu yini le eyayiphethwe ngulongwe. Lo umbuzo nje wawusho nje clear. Mina ngavela ngabona nje la sekudlalwa ngemali zethu ukuthi nje akukho zigebengu ezangena endlini. uTumelo wayiqeda ikhesi kudala sehla senyuka nje ikhesi yaphela kudala ngoTumelo dala phathwa ngamakhanda nje ubiswa labozungu bezositshela amanga ubinambo uHadebe nabo baqamba amanga nje angekhoyo yena uHadebe yini lenkulu engakade azafise yena ukusacrifice abanye abantu bengafuni ukumnikeza lo mfana yena athi hayi yena uzomthatha ngenkani yini lengaka kade enayo eyazi isazela sakhe.
Our phones, I went in for questioning and everything.
Which phones?
Our personal cell phones.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just
they hadn't taken them from you.
They took them from us, and then
the criminals, I mean.
No.
Okay.
They couldn't take my phone because I ran out. I had my phone in my pocket, so they didn't take my phone.
It's where you're at. It's 8 minutes past 4 o'clock. Welcome. It's The Drive with Mo Flavor and Masichaba Ndlovu. And we welcome you to The Drive, Longwe. Thank you so much for responding to our invitation.
I'm actually saddened that my own people can do this to me, you know. I mean, it was a robbery gone wrong, you know. I was even the coward of the day because I actually ran out as those gunmen actually came in and requested phones and money from us. I was actually the first to stand up to try and protect everyone. I wanted to go get help, but it was later. Neighbors and everyone was sleeping. I didn't even have my phone because I left it at the house, so I couldn't call the cops. A fight broke loose inside because obviously Senzo was protecting Kelly because the guys were handling Kelly, and then that's when the guys actually released the gunshot, and that's when the bullet killed Senzo.
Ngiyababuza amathitha yindaba sizokwenza ne-aircourt sethi nabayi asazi uNtanzi lapho kusho ukuthi ubuze ukuthi ndoda ngani mina ngiyaqala ngisho ukubona nje konje yena igama ubani isibongo ubani achazeke nje hayi no ukuthi ngaboshwa la kanje achazeke nje i-story sakhe achazeke nayo cha yena wethengiswa u3 million ukuthi uma ngabe ngafike ecourt ame ngathi kusho ukuthi abantu abenza lokhu manje sebefuna abanye abantu asebezobhala ngabo into enjengedocument kuphela.
They're not the perpetrators. I think this will be a big slap in the face because then they'll be like, what the hell have the police been doing?
Bayangibopha bayangithatha lapha esitratini engemkhona lamajita bangena up until ngize ngivume nami hayi ngendlela bangishaya ngawo vele bangishaya ukuthi bayangibulala noma yini sengingafana ngani so ngize ngivume ngithi hayi kulungile sakwenza lokho mina ngithi mina ngifuna malume cause malume uzowazisa abazali bami ukuthi ngikuphi ngiyaphi noma ngiphi uze ukuthi bona no awufuni ni wena ukuyobona abazali bakho 99.
Look, we hold a view and a very strong view that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
suka nje ekuseni ethola i-call evela kuGinindi ukuthi akenze so and so so so. Already lapho wayenikezwa ama-instructions ukuthi hamba ukhiphe this guy, and this guy uzokhishwa wena wedwa, not abanye abantu, ngoba if esekhishwa abanye abantu kuzobonakala ukuthi lapha phansi kubhalweni kanti bekungasiyo leyo nto. Mistake number 1. Umkhiphela ukuthi uyombuza ngama-drugs in uyokhomba in. Mese befikile lapha endaweni sekambuza nge-murder case, of which phansi ubhale ezinye izinto. Number 2, uzobhala isikhathi sokubuya. Wasiyekelane sokuhamba. Uyabona ukuthi vele ushiye ngey'bomu. Ngobani? Ufihla ukuthi bekwenzakalani, kuhanjwe ngasikhathini, kuzobalwa futhi ukuthi mabesuke la baya to point B kuthatha isikhathi sini. So yena wafihla yonke leyo nto, usezoqamba manga usezothi ispace besingekho. Number 2, abanye abantu uyabaphika bebengekho, abanye abantu uyabavuma. Like benza ama-accuse iy'lima iziphukuphuku ukuthi babukekeze abantu ababhede vele. Accuse uyasho ukuthi hayibo bekukhona uzibanibani nozibanibani, yena ngoba uclever utrainiwe, he was told by the high officials ukuthi uphike ngisho angathini, and then he knows very well ukuthi that person was there. So nje vele this thing nje it's a setup, futhi nje iske yabheda uma ukuthiwa uGinindi uyena ofonile wathi akahamba yokwenza ukuthi yena wayolanda isigebengu, a high profile criminal ebulale umuntu edumile umhlaba wonke. Abanye abantu abafuna ukubakhipha. O-Ananias Mathi bebamkhipha nje eqa kunjalo, kodwa bamkhipha still bebamkhipha. Akaze kuthiwa amaphoyisa anqabe ukukhipha u-Ananias Mathe eyo-attenda i-case enkantolo. Siqala ukuzwa manje ngelika Senzo.
All right, guys. I just received a video. I just want to see the video that I just received now quickly. I'm waiting for these guys to come back to court. There is not yet visuals from the court. We are just waiting for the court session to start in. Like what we have just heard from most of the voice notes. Remember, Gininda, Gininda called this guy. Hi, let me answer Gininda. I'll come back now. Hi guys, I was just watching a video that somebody sent to me right now. I just want you to see how corrupt, like what this guy is saying, that admin, watch this video. You will see that crime is all over SA. Guys, it's serious. It's serious. You know, if they are doing this to their own as police officers, what about to us as civilians? If they can do this to police officers, guys, let me see if I can put this clip right there for you to see. Let me see. I'll just put it for you now. I want you to hear this. I want you to.
This is Warrant Officer Mashaba. I'm a police officer in the South African Police Service. I do have a problem. I need help, very, very serious help. The managers at my station committed a fraud, and I found out that they did committed a fraud through a docket which I once attended and framed me with a civil claim. Now they want to kill me. I survived a lot of attempts that they were trying to kill me. So I need help. Please, if there is any help out there, come and help me. I do have about a year without reporting at work because I'm running away of me being killed by these police officers. They tried on August and February this year to kill me. So I do need the help, very serious. I do have a docket, which is a fraudulent docket with me, and I did compile that docket. It just needed to be registered. I did give I last gave the management in the SAPS a docket for them to register in August last year. Until today, the docket is not registered. That means they are covering these people. So I do need serious help, please. I'm scared. I'm living in a cage at home. I turn my home as a cage to beef up security. I don't have a chance that I can be able to go out and enjoy myself because I might be killed at any time. I'm always in my house. If there is any help here or anyone who can help me, go to the station, Mondio SAPS, and then you look for a patrol van. You come with it at my place. They will bring you at my place. I can't.
Sihamba-ke noma ngihambisa-ke wathi-ke uma ungangithatha nje ungise-ke la engenwa khona noma lokho kubizwa ukuthi i-entrance yase-Phosphorus.
If that is the case, which entrance are you talking about in Phosphorus? To which entrance did you take the accused to?
That is the entrance next to the shopping complex.
Ile ndawo yokungena-ke eseduze-ke nala kuney'tolo khona-ke noma entrance le eseduze ne-shopping complex.
Is it the only entrance or is it the only shopping complex?
My lord, I can't say that. I don't even know that area. So the driver was the one who drove to that direction.
Angeke ngikusho ukuthi iyona kuphela-ke leyo ndawo eney'tolo, angiyazi-ke leya ndawo noma leya area. Umshayeli uyena owadriver-ke wayengakulolo hlangothi lolo.
Mr. Spear is going to deny that he gave you the directions to that particular place where you allege he has made a pointing out. He will deny that.
My lord, I would not have known those points if they were not pointed out by him.
Ngangeke ngisasike lezo ndawo noma lawo ma-points uma kuwukuthi ayengakhonjiwe uyena.
It is further my instruction regarding, or let me just put it this way. Did he ever directed you to that particular place? Did he actually instruct the driver to turn right, left, stop?
My lord, we took him to, he said we must take him to the entrance. From that area, he said, now I see. And then he directed it.
What? Asimthathe simse la ngena khona noma ke ku-entrance. Ukusuka lapho-ke wasethi manje-ke sengiyabona-ke kwaba uyena-ke manje osesitshela noma sesikhombisa.
Yes, may I repeat that question? Did he direct you or did he direct the driver If he says yes, now I can see. But was he directing the driver to say he must turn left, he must turn right?
Yes.
Uyena ke wayitshela ke umshayeli ukuthi manje ke usungajika ke ekunxele usungajika ke kwesokudla.
The accused will deny that. He will dispute that.
That's what happened.
Uma uthi ke uzophika yiloko okwenzeka.
The version on the 5th of June 2020, according to his version, he doesn't even know that particular place. The only place where he was taken to, where he saw that he was at Vosloorus, was at the hostel in Vosloorus, because he was residing there previously. That's the only place he saw.
That's not correct, my lord. I did not even know the points that he pointed me, except being directed by him.
Ukuthi ke wayengazazi ke noma indawo awayeyazi ke eFosloorus hostel ngoba wayehlala lapho akusilona iqiniso ngoba ke mina ke lama points lezi ndawo ngangazazi mina uyena owayeyikhomba.
It is further my instruction that he was coerced to point at a place or at that particular place that he didn't know. He was never there previously.
He was never coerced by me, my lord, and he never reported ever being coerced by anyone else.
Akakaze aphoqwe yimina ukuthi ke akakhombe futhi ke akakaze asho kumina ukuthi ukhona owamphoqa ukuthi akakwenze lokho.
Let me just get back to the version to establish the history of assault or as from the 30th of May 2020. For the point of correction that from the error that has occurred on putting that in version, I was instructed to inform you that when he was arrested on the 30th of May 2020, he was taken to a certain place in Litabong. It's a municipality area where he was assaulted. He was suffocated by the police. Furthermore, he was taken to, after that, yes, Litabong is in Tshepiso. After Tshepiso, he was taken to Vosloorus, where he was further assaulted. It is also a place, a municipality area. Do you have knowledge of that?
Oh, I don't.
Anginalwazi ke lokho kushoyo ukuthi ke washaywa ke wasiwa kule ndawo ke kwakubukeka kuyena ke ngathi indawo kamasipala eLitabong eThembisa ila ashaywa khona ke nokuthi emuva kwalokho wase esiwa futhi eVosloorus nalabo kwakuyindawo ke bathi ekamasipala anginalwazi lwalokho.
He was also assaulted at the Kloof police station in the office, where during the assault, Colonel Mboto entered the office and the assault stopped. Do you have knowledge of that?
No, I don't have.
Nokuthi waqhubeka ke washaywa ke eshawa epolice station laseDeepkloof kunehhovisi lapho kwathi masengena ke uKolonel Mboto basebeyeka ke kumshaya nalokho angikwazi.
And Colonel Mboto was in possession of documents which he presented to the accused to sign. And he said to him, if you don't sign this document, I'll let these people to continue assaulting. Do you have knowledge of that?
My lord, I don't have knowledge.
Nalokho ke angikwazi ukuthi ke uKolonel Mboto wangena lapho ke ephethe ama documents. Ewabonisa ke noma watshengisa yena umsolo athi ke na ke akasayende uma kuukuthi akasayendi uzobadedela ke lapho ukuthi baqhubeke ke bamshaye angikwazi lokho.
Thank you, my lord. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
Is it in the court?
Yep.
Right? Thank you, sir. You had told the court, your evidence in chief, that the pointing out that you conducted with accused number 1 was your fourth one, not so.
That's true.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi lena ke pointing out ngangiyoyenza no accused number 1 kwakuyisimo.
Am I then, I'm trying to tread very carefully. Would you say then I'm making a mistake when I were to say to you, you basically were in your fledgling stages, in your nascent, like in your budding stages in terms of the processes of taking down, pointing out?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, you were still in your budding stages, means you were still new. You had not yet had or accumulated a lot of experience in terms of pointing out.
My
Not
lord,
in general, but pointing out.
My lord, in terms of pointing out and experience-based, experience one gains it by doing the pointing out and later on giving evidence in court about. So if my fourth one is at infancy, I doubt it.
Isipiliyoni ke usithola ngokuthi ngokumayela ke nawo ke ama pointing out ngokuthi uwenze uye kuona ubese uyeza ke uzonikeza ngobufakazi enkantolo ukuthi ke manje ngangingeba kabi naso ke isipiliyoni hayi lokho ngiyakugabaza.
I don't want to leave at this point, but at that moment in time, when you were requested to go take a pointing out or to assist with a pointing out in respect of accused number 1, did you regard yourself as an experienced person in taking down or in taking pointing outs or in conducting pointing outs?
Yes.
Mina ke ngaleso sikhathi ngicela ukuthi angihambe ke ngiyosiza ngalena mayelana naye ku accused number 1 ngithatha nje ngomuntu ke owaziyo lo msebenzi noma ke onesipiliyoni.
Thank you. Before I forget this one, and after you've taken this pointing out, did you submit your statement as a witness where you detailed how the pointing out went on and stuff like that? And
Yes.
affidavit?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Ekamuva ke sengiqedile istatement sami ngase ngizobisa ke la engangichaza khona ke ukuthi pointing out yahamba kanjani noma yenzeka kanjani.
Maybe I need to explain it to you before there's a bit of a confusion. I mean a statement as a witness, not a statement that you could have taken at the time at which the pointing out was being done. Do you understand? Statement as a witness.
Yes, I did, man.
Yebo istatement nanje ngobufakazi. Yebo ngasenda.
I don't want to labor the point, but it is unfortunate. I think maybe I need to simply say it very openly and succinctly that unfortunately that statement, I'm talking on my behalf, it was never discovered to me. But nonetheless, it could be neither here nor there. But let's proceed. Thank you.
There's the statement according to Mr. Baloyi.
It's only coming up now, my lord. That is exactly what I'm trying to get at, my lord. That up until this witness started to proffer his testimony, I never had sight of the statement that he made where he detailed how the pointing out actually progressed as a witness. I never had sight.
You never discovered that statement?
Well, as is dated the 18th of June 2020, we would have thought that the statement has been discovered, the pointings out was discovered. If it wasn't, my lord, then perhaps there was an omission on the book, but the industry.
Was it discovered, Mr.
My lord, this is for the first time that I have sight of this document.
Right, Mr. Mamalo? First time we saw the document.
I haven't seen it before, my lord.
Ms. Mshololo?
Yes, my lord, I had not even seen it. Not seen the statement before.
Okay, for the fairness of the trial, I'm going to add again. And what's your time there?
10 to 12.
10 to 12.
10 to 12.
Yes.
I'll come back at 2.
As
You
it
can
is the
take
court.
instructions.
We appreciate the indulgence. Thank you.
And then we can cross-examine. Even Mr. Mgomezulu, if you want to read, cross-examine in view of the statement, you can do so.
Court is this one.
Wow, this is an interesting turnaround. Oh, wow, it's an interesting turnaround. Thank you, Munisi, for coming with that. Thank you, Munisi. Thank you, Munisi. I can see your wife is excited, and no, we thank you for that. You see, Baloyi hides things. That's the thing, guys. Baloyi hides things, and then Jiggy Jiggy just pulls out something from nowhere. He hides statements. Daniel, you're right. Baloyi hides statements, and he's not helping the court. He's actually delaying the process. He's hiding things. Munisi came with a good angle here. You see, Baloyi puts out things that he wants, not what the court wants, because he wants to pin those guys. So he pulls out the cream and the part that he wants, and then the rest he puts it aside. Whoo! Hi. Yeah, guys, we are dealing with a mafia here. Hi, this guy is a mafia. Oh my goodness. We are dealing with a mafia here. It's a mafia. What is he saying, Mr. Vaseline? Yo. Temba is saying, Ubaloy, Uskebeng, Uskebeng, Nje Ubaloy. Yeah, it's like that's bullshit. Saying now the judge is with us. Definitely is with us. I'm Nisi number one. Kombi is saying why always hide statement. That Baloyi yo. Baloyi is Kebeng, that one. Kumbuzile. It's true. Evelyn is saying Baloyi it's all. Can you see they're saying lawyer futufuna ukutelwa ngamanzi. Isathi ivula umlomo. Peter is saying Munisi did well. Look now, the statement was not discovered until today. It shows that the whole thing is fabricated. We are coming back to what we have been talking about. That's why we said let's wait and what and see. We said it, let's wait and see. Andile saying usile Baloyi, usile mutho. Pastor is saying Baloyi is a criminal. Castor is saying Baloyi to brown envelope. Crook that one. I know him from Zola. Mata Shabalala. Not saying thanks to your man Nisi. Can you see the thanks for your man? Thanks for your man. Can you see the Nisi? Thanks for your man. Evelyn is saying indeed, my brother. Listen to me, guys. Let's just see how it's going to go down, but we are now seeing the light. At least there is a bit of light, and there's a bit of light. There's a bit of light. That small light alone, I'm telling you, when they get that statement, everything is going to go south. Just wait and see. Everything is going to go the other direction, because in that statement there's a lot of things that were made there. Ooh, wow. Hi. Hi, Icon. Hi, Munisi. Hey, Munisi. Hi, Munisi. About you saying we missed Munisi for this kind of reasons. Daniel say Baloy Muloy. I once wrote your Baloy Aloy. Baloy Muloy. Kobe saying I can't wait. Yep. It's like the box scoring at the last minute. It's like the box winning at the last minute. 10 minutes. Then boom. They go to 16-15. Why? Boom. No. Let's see what is going to happen now, guys. But I see there's going to be a big turnaround. There's going to be a big turnaround. Big turnaround. Somebody send me a voice note now. Let me open a voice note. Listen, there's going to be a big turnaround. Big turnaround. That one of 375, I don't think it will come. That one of 375, I don't think that case will come. I don't think so. I don't think that case will come. Case 375. I want to hear the voice note that was sent here. I don't know why these voice notes are taking their time to open. Yes, it's opened. All right, it's opened. All right, let me just play this voice note for you people quickly, and let's hear what this one is saying. Yeah.
Afternoon, my lord. I think this thing is straightforward. Khadebe must stop asking questions and answer the questions. So the reason I'm saying this is just that Khadebe doesn't answer yes or no. He's busy asking a question on top of a question. So that is the problem, and the judge is doing nothing about it.
Yeah, I even saw that. I even saw what you are saying. I even saw that. He's not going in like answering the questions direct. He's just doing something else. You ask him this, he's going the other direction. Not that they're saying he was not in court to study this Baloy shenanigans. Maloleke are saying this trial is the first place. In the first place was supposed to be in South Gauteng, not in North Gauteng. Definitely. These guys, hey, yo. No, there's a lot of errors, guys. There's a lot of errors. These guys, their jurisdiction does not allow them to be where they were and cannot allow them to be doing what they were doing. All right, guys, let's go for a break. We'll come back here at. I know you don't want to go for a break. I know it. Anyway, I know you don't want to go for a break. I wanted us to go for a break, and then we will come back again at 2 as the court resumes. We want to come back at 2 as we actually go into the other session that is going to be interesting because these guys are actually doing something. Well, Daniel is saying Baloy Shem, he is trying to help his bosses. Mr. Harebe is misleading what we can do. Even judge is quiet. Right. Yeah, Tandenko is saying Baloy is connected with Kininda. Definitely, it's obvious. We are in trouble. State and judiciary system is captured. Mohoin warned us before leaving the office. Law will act in favor of a certain group of people. This is what is reflected in the case of Senzo. Guys, I played you the clip where this police officer. All right, let me play it for you. There's a clip that I was playing. I just want to play this clip quickly, and then we can go for it. There's this police officer who is crying and he's saying that, imagine a police officer scared. Listen, this is not just an ordinary police officer. It's a senior police officer in his area, but 1 year he's not going to work because he's threatened by other police officers. You see, that's where problem is. That's where our problem is. Imagine he works with the police, and now he's in trouble with them as well. What about a civilian? That's my thing. What about a civilian? What about a civilian? You see, thank you for the video that you have sent me. Thank you for this video, because it's an eye-opening type of video that if they can do that to their own, oh my goodness.
This is Warrant Officer Mashaba. I'm a police officer and the South African Police Service. I do have a problem. I need help, very, very serious help. The managers at my station committed a fraud, and I found out that they did committed a fraud through a docket which I once attended and framed me with a civil claim. Now they want to kill me. I survived a lot of attempts that they were trying to kill me. So I need help. Please, if there is any help out there, come and help me. I do have about a year without reporting at work because I'm running away of me being killed by these police officers. They tried on August and February this year to kill me. So I do need the help, very serious. I do have a docket, which is a fraudulent docket with me, and I did compile that docket. It just needed to be registered. I did give I last gave the management in the SAPS a docket for them to register in August last year. Until today, the docket is not registered. That means they are covering these people. So I do need serious help, please. I'm scared. I'm living in a cage at home. I turn my home as a cage to beef up security. I don't have a chance that I can be able to go out and enjoy myself because I might be killed at any time. I'm always in my house. If there is any help here or anyone who can help me, go to the station, Mondio SAPS, and then you look for a patrol van. You come with it at my place. They will bring you at my place. I can't go anywhere. I can't go at the police station because that is where it's dangerous. They can kill me. I can't go to work. They are busy taking my money out of my salary without a reason. And I can't go, at least example, like going to Labor Department to lay a charge, because it might happen that they follow me and they kill me in the way, because I don't know even when I go out I will be able to come back home. So please, I need the help. I want to register this docket so these people can be charged for what they did. They committed a fraud. They took the state money and framed me with a civil claim.
You see, that's what is happening in the SAPS. So okay guys, let me just play the voice note, but you can see how things are. Hey, it's tough out there, guys. It's tough out there. Hey, whoa.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Guys, see if you can see that is happening in court now. We can see that Baloy, there's something that is hiding. But what I know is everyone there in court, they know the truth. Even though they are just playing that games, even the judge, I know the judge knows the truth who killed Senzo Meyiwa, but they're just wasting time because of there are people that just get paid so that they should tell lie in court. So what Baloy is doing is very wrong. I hope maybe they will change him and give us a new prosecutor. That will be a good sight to us, because it's very painful for those accuser that are staying there with something that they didn't do it.
All right, guys. Wow, this is interesting. All right, let's just see how it goes. We can just be on break until 2. Let's just see how this thing is going to go down. But here, yeah, it's tough. Let's hear what Malema said it. I played you a clip of Malema. Malema is telling us directly that no, there's no two ways there. It's only one way, one way, one way, one way, one way, one way. He knows exactly who to call. Not that they're saying there's a lot of corruption done by the police. There's a guy on TikTok, he's always exposing the police officials. I'll send you Viral News his videos. Okay, no problem, you can do that. Non-Tlanta, thanks. Send it to me, I'll play it here so that we can actually see. We need to root out some things like this because they are affecting justice too much. They are affecting justice too much. Now justice is not saved because of this. Hi guys, this is bad. Siyabonga is saying the policeman must call the IPID. I don't think he's aware of that. I don't think he's aware of that. I don't think he's aware of that. I think he's not aware of it. Not that I'm saying he's been doing it for a long time. Oh, he was doing that. Can you say saying it's bad out there, guys? Yeah, it's very bad. I'm telling you, it's very bad. All right, guys, let's just see how it's going to be at 2. I will actually connect with you again at 2, definitely.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
Our phones, I went in for questioning and everything.
Which phones?
Our personal cell phones.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just
they hadn't taken them from me.
They took them from us, and then
the criminals, I mean.
No.
Okay.
They couldn't take my phone because I ran out. I had my phone in my pocket, so they didn't take my phone.
Time it's where you're at. It's 8 minutes past 4 o'clock. Welcome. It's the drive with Mo Flavor and Masachaba and Ndlovu. We welcome you to the drive long. Thank you so much for responding to our invitation.
I'm actually saddened that my own people can do this to me, you know. I mean, it was a robbery gone wrong, you know. I was even the coward of the day because I actually ran out as those gunmen actually came in and requested phones and money from us. I was actually the first to stand up to try and protect everyone. I wanted to go get help, but it was later. Neighbors and everyone was sleeping. I didn't even have my phone because I left it at the house, so I couldn't call the cops. A fight broke loose inside because obviously Senzo was protecting Kelly because the guys were handling Kelly, and then that's when the guys actually released the gunshot, and then that's when the bullet killed Senzo.
Ngibazi hayi ngiyababuza amaphutha yindaba sizowenzani ecourt sethi nabayi asazi untanzi lapho kusho ukuthi ubuze ukuthi ndoda mina ngiyaqala ngisho ukubona nje konje imigamo ubani isibongo ubani achazeke nje hayi no ukuthi ngaboshwa la kanje achazeke nje i-story sakhe achazeke nayo cha yena wethengiswa u3 million ukuthi uma ngabe ngafike ecourt ame ngathi kusho ukuthi abantu abenza begulithi manje sebefuna abanye abantu asebezobhala ngabo into enjengedocument kuphela.
They're not the perpetrators. I think this will be a big slap in the face. Because then they'll be like, what the hell have the police been doing?
Bayangibopha bayangithatha lapha esitratini enemkhola lamajita bangena up until ngize ngivume nami ngithi hayi ngendlela bangishaya ngawo vele bangishaya ukuthi bayangibulala noma yini sengingafanele ngani so ngize ngivume ngithi hayi kulungile sakwenza lokho mina ngithi mina ngifuna malume cause malume uzokwazi abazali bami ukuthi ngikuphi ngiyaphi noma ngiphi uze ukuthi bona no awufuni ni wena ukuyobona abazali bakho 99.
I'm under oath right now. There's not much to say, or there's not much that I can say right now.
Sure.
But obviously, this is a democratic country. I was just merely exercising my rights. And I feel that that is why even the court took about 2 days or so, you know? And they found that it was actually within my rights to actually exercise that. And I don't know why now is it a hoo-ha that we exercise our rights since this is a democratic country. The thing is, this has happened 8 years ago. People had so much to say. They had their own opinions, and of which obviously they are entitled to that. And there's not much I can say, you know. My family and I have been, there's no platform that we've not been to trying to explain exactly what happened, but it seems like they choose what to listen to and they make...
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kelly knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way she must be held accountable. But it must be done in an orderly manner so that its outcome is not questionable.
It was a blow, as these families say they had not had contact with Advocate Malisa Latefu, who had been representing the pair and 4 others.
Kulungile. uNkulunkulu usabele wasipho kubi nathi abanye abantu ebapho kuhle. Akekho umuntu ozalela ukuthi angazuzi ngengane yakhe. Nathi sibheke okuthile ngomzakhulelwa njengoba ngangithi umzakhulelwa ngangilandela ukuzaleka kwami mina uqobo ngagcina ngithi-ke namhlanje ngizele umzakhulelwa uye yedwa indodana yami ekhona la ekhaya engethembele kuyo iney'ngane la egcekeni iganiwe ithemba lami benginalo kutefa ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ingane yami izophuma kuleya ndawo ekuyona ngendlela ebengimbona ekhuluma ngayo nangendlela ebengazi ngayo nami ngoba bengazi ukuthi umzakhulelwa wasiya umbulali kaMeyiwa.
Not far from the Sibiya home is the Ntanzi homestead, the family of the youngest of all the accused. 30-year-old Bongani Ntanzi is also referred to as accused number 2. They tell us he has been the breadwinner of their family, providing for 10 people, including his 9-year-old child. Because Bongani was the sole breadwinner, his absence also meant there was no money to even travel to Gauteng, where he is currently incarcerated. They say he got himself a lawyer, as none of them could afford those legal services. All they could do is watch the trial on television, especially on behalf of their mother, who can't bring herself to watch the proceedings. Every time he enters the dock, she leaves the house to get an update later. It was a shock to them when Advocate Malisela Defo dropped the news of his withdrawal.
Esathatha naye izinto ngendlela yakhe afuna athathe ngayo ukuze egcine bamele kanti bese sithi mhlawumbe sithembile emephethelweni for ukuthi ngwanakho usebatholakele ngendlela engibuka ngayo lo mmeli besebenzile ngoba kuzovele konke lokhu nje nokuthi abasolwa yilaba abenzi baletwe yilaba kusithemba yena ngendlela besimbone ekhuluma ngakhona nandlela aphenye ngayo kuze sigcine sekuvela ngale ndlela siyambonga yena umeli lapha khona ngoba konke lokhu nje ade lokhu sikhuthanisa ngene.
In an unexpected but not surprising turn, Defo wrote to the state informing it that he had resolved issues with what he terms relevant stakeholders and will therefore continue representing accused number 1 to 4. But there's a catch. He has listed a number of demands that he wants adhered to before he and his clients can show up in court on Tuesday. Those include a separation of trial between his clients and accused number 5. He also wants a new judge appointed in the matter and the prosecutor, Advocate Baloyi, removed from the case. Defo says he also wants Police Minister Bheki Cele to be removed from his position and be investigated. In the same statement, he reveals a fresh, new reason why he withdrew from the matter. Without substantiating, Defo accused Judge Maumela of witchcraft, citing it as the main reason why he decided to leave the case. Although at the time of this interview these families did not reveal this information, they agreed that he was subjected to unfair treatment in court. Muzikau Khalelwa and Bongani are said to have made confessions, but according to Advocate Malisela Defo, these were obtained under duress. He claimed his clients were severely assaulted through the use of what he called apartheid tactics to get them to confess. He called on the court to hear a special plea for a trial within a trial. His plea fell flat after Judge Maumela ruled that he failed to follow proper court procedure. Defo had also not filed papers as required for a court application, but addressed the court from the bar instead. To top it all, the state had not submitted these alleged confessions to the court or indicated that they would depend on them. The families believe that their children are innocent.
Umfana lo waboshwa konje kwakumhla kabani mama? Mhla ka 30 June. Mhla 30 June. Mhla ka 30 May yes. Waboshwa mhla ka 30 May inyanga yonke singamazi ukuthi ukuphi. Kwazothi ngo June angisazi ukuthi kwakumhla kabani bafika naye la ekhaya. Ma befika naye la uyangitshela ke ngoba bathi angiye kuye ngiyokhuluma naye. Uthi baba ngiboshiwe. Ngendlela ebengishaywa ngayo bengibulawa futhi bengitshela bethi bazongibulala njengomnyu khona bambulala eForce Rollers amaphoyisa amdubula. Bathiwa yiba bambulala. Nami ke bazongibulala. Bemvalele ehlathini laba bemvalele khona. Ngendlela ngagcina ngivuma bethi angivumi ukuthi ngabulala Meyiwa. Kodwa okokuqala babetha kacindezele laba. Bazomnikeza 100,000. Wathi ngalile baba ngoba ngiyazi into engingayivumela engathi ngizothi laba ngibacindezela ngani ngazini ngangikuphi. Wathi ke bathi bazongifaka icaleni sebengifakile ke ngigcine ngivuma istatement abangibhalise sona ngizivumile angivumi ngoba ngikwenzile ngivuma ngoba ngivikela impilo.
Ntanzi's family also claimed that the same happened to their son.
Wathenjiswa 3 million babemshaya before uthe vumele icala umbhaxa nje umfaka nasefrijini sazi efriji bafaka ngoba bemfaka belivulile noma babecimile ngazi la kude khona awuthole lokuthi wafaka efrijini
afake efrijini yakho pheje
noma kusanoba esejele noma kude khona babembombile bona noma bengamfakile esitokisini kodwa babembambile apha babembambe khona.
Sibia's father says he raised the issue at a magistrate's court where he had been appearing for a different matter and was subsequently moved to a different prison. While the state had not submitted these confessions as evidence or indicated that it would rely on them, it has remained tight-lipped on its strategy to nab the accused. The confessions form part of Defoe's representations to the NDPP in a bid to have the matter withdrawn. For some members of the Meyiwa family, these developments were expected. They believe the 5 men standing trial are innocent. They say a plan is on the cards for this docket if the National Prosecuting Authority decides not to prosecute.
For the purpose of cross-examining the witness.
Okay. I don't understand. You say you want to read Lieutenant Colonel's
the statement that was disclosed to us.
Yeah.
But I would like to lay the basis for that plea.
You want to?
To lay the basis for the statement that I'm intending to read it.
Yeah, okay.
For record.
Whatever you want to do it. Yeah, but you are not through, eh?
Yes, as it is the court.
Yeah, so continue with your cross-examination.
I don't mind.
Wait. Yes. Continue with your cross-examination. Having regard to the fact that during your examination it transpired that there was a statement which was made by the Lieutenant Colonel which was not disclosed to counsel before you commenced your cross-examination.
As it is the court.
Right, sir.
Thank you. I earlier on asked you and indicated that on the basis of the number of pointing out that you have made, I put it to you that it looks to me like you were at your fledgling fledgling stages of your experience with regard to taking of pointing out, and you said you did not agree with me. And further on, I said to you, did you then regard yourself as a person that was experienced in taking pointing out? I did not get your answer clear there. What was your answer?
Yes, I am.
You experience?
Yes.
Thank you.
Shiva ke ngathi experience sona nginaso ke ukuthatha ama pointing noma ukwenza ama pointing outs.
Now, somebody who's just said his experience in taking pointing out, would you agree with me that a pointing out, it's either an admission or a
confession by conduct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ngizovuma ke ukuthi uma umuntu ekhomba ke lokho kusho ukuthi ke sube umuntu ngohlobo kenza ngalo ukuthi ukuvuma ke lokho.
So, in other words, you understood at the very onset when you were requested by Mr. Kininda that you will be dealing with something akin to a confession.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Uma engicela ke ukubhekade Kininda bese ngazike lokho noma bangifikela ke ukuthi manje ngizosebenza ngento la engathi khona ke umuntu ovumayo.
Now, as an experienced member of the South African Police Services who understands that a pointing out is an admission by conduct and or a confession by conduct, I take it you knew what is required when somebody says, I want to come and make a confession.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Thank you.
Yebo ke uma ke nanje komuntu ke onesipiliyoni ke uma umuntu ethi ke ngifuna ke uma ke ngiyazi ukuthi yini ekufanele ngiyenze.
Would you also agree with me that you were there when Mr. Accused number one, Mr. Spear, appeared before you? You were no longer wearing a hat as a member of the South African Police Services, but by then you were regarded as a peace officer, not so?
Yes, my lord.
Ngizovuma ke ukuthi nangale nkathi ngikanye nayo uMr. Sibiya ukuthi ngangisengaqokile ke manje isibhoko noma ikepusi ukuthi ngiyiphoyisa kodwa lokho ababiza ngokuthi ke i-peace officer.
In other words, you no longer regarded yourself as a police, but somebody who is at a level or equivalent to a magistrate. Not so?
Yes, my lord.
Nokuthi ke manje ngangazithathi ukuthi sengiyiphoyisa kodwa umuntu osungathi umoya umlinganisa ke umlinganisa nemanje.
Thank you. Now there is Mr. Sibiya. Let us fast forward to the point where you meeting him. Where did you meet him again for the first time? That encounter, can you take this court through that encounter?
I met him at Albertine SAPS, my lord.
Ahlangana naye ke police station yase Albertine.
What were the circumstances by which you met him?
There was an argument about handing over of Mr. Sibiya to me because the member had a concern that if he hands him over to me, he must sign for him on the OP.
Kwakunoxoxisana ke lana mayela ke nokuthi andlulisele kumina ilunga leli ke noma imember lena ke yayithi uma sizomvulisela kumina kuzofanele kube yiyona esayinda i-OB.
So we had to go back to the charge office for me to sign for him. So he was then not handed over to me by anyone. I received him.
Kwase kufanele sibuyeleke manje i-charge office ngiyosayinda khona ke okusho ukuthi ke akekho umuntu omdlulise kumina noma umnikeze kumina imina ke engamamukela.
Thank you. Then you took him to a particular office, I would assume, where the interview then started.
Yes, my lord.
Ngase ngihamba naye ke kwi-office elithize la ke i-interview iyaqala khona.
According to the proforma here, that would have been office number 31 there at Albertine Police Station.
Yes, my lord.
Leyo office ke kwaku office 31 khona lapho e-Albertine.
Thank you. Now, we know from what you have just said that in that office is now yourself, most probably the accused, number one, Mr. Sibiya, and who else was in that office?
No one else, my lord.
Kwakuyithina sobabili kulelo office akekho omunye owayekhona.
Thank you. May you explain to this court what was the sitting arrangement in that office?
I was sitting next to Mr. Sibia because the table that I was allocated to was a small table. So I was sitting on his right, he was on my left.
Ngangihlezi eduze kwakhe umnumzana uSibiyeke kulelo office ngoba itafula esalinikeza lincane ngangihlezi ku right wakhe yena ehlezi ku left wami.
Thank you. Then you can take this court through what then transpired. You seated next to each other in that office number 31. What then transpired?
And then I then went through the notes on the pointing out, and I informed him of the reasons why I was there.
Ngase ke ngisebenzisa ke ama notes lana ayo ke pointing out masisa ke nesizathu sokuthi ngibe lapho.
And I went through the pro forma stage by stage as I had already given evidence.
Ngase ke iform lena ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ngiqaleke la iqala khona ngihambe nayo.
Thank you, sir. That's a bit murky. In other words, it's a bit misty. There's no clear indication what you exactly did, because you just say I went through with him the notes on the pointing out, then I told him the reason why I was there, and then I read him here. Take it step by step. That is what I want to know. You get into the office, you sit on your chairs, he's sitting next to you, there's a table in front of you, then what happens?
The pointing out pro forma then happened. I went through the pointing out pro forma.
Masesihlezi phansi ke ila engiqale khona ke manje ukuthi kusebenza ngayo iform lena ke ye pointing out.
Thank you. Where did you get this form from, or the document from, this pointing out pro forma from?
I came with it.
Lena ke akukho la ngithole ngeza nayo mina ke le form.
Thank you. You're sitting down, he's sitting next to you, you have got this pro forma document on your hand, and then you start to go through it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Lokho ke ngisho ukuthi sahlala phansi ngase ke ngiqala ke ngayo iform le.
Thank you. You did not even ask him who his name was.
My lord, the pro forma even mentions who the name of the person is.
No.
So it means for me to have known the name of the person is by me asking him.
No,
lana ke lana
I'm
form
sorry.
lena igama lalo muntu libhaliwe ke kusho ukuthi uma libhaliwe la imina engambuza.
No, sir. I just asked you what you did. You said you sat on the table with accused number 1. Then what you do next time, you start to read the pro forma to him. That's what you said. Now the question is, you did not even ask him who his name was. Not so, because you start by reading the pro forma.
When you read the pro forma, you ask the name, he will give you the name, and you write the name, my lord.
Uma ke usuqala ke ngayo iform ila ubuza khona igama uzokunikeza igama usubhala phansi.
Where is it written in the pro forma where you asked who his name was?
My lord, can I read the pro forma again?
Yes. I'm cross-examining you. You need to follow me because I'm giving you the lead. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I do not understand. Hence, I requested to read the pro forma because the question is, where is it written your name is?
Now, if there is something that you don't understand from what I'm asking you, there is nothing that is stopping you from saying to me, Mr. Mnisi, can you please repeat yourself or clarify your question? Do you understand?
My understanding, my lord, is that answers that I give to the court. If my understanding is wrong, I apologize.
Thank you. Now the question is, in the pro forma, where is it written where you asked him his name? Just pinpoint that. It's not a difficult thing. You don't need to read the pro forma again. Just pinpoint that.
Name. Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Thank you.
Lana ke kubhaliwe igama kwase kubhalwa ke muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Thank you. So what you're saying is, before you went through this pro forma, you started by asking him his name. And he said to you, Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya. Is that the first thing that you did when you went through this pro forma with him?
That is where the pro forma starts with the interview.
Ila khona ke la kunegama khona ke ubena iqala khona ke layo inhlolo khona.
Thank you, sir. Then from there, what transpired? He's telling you what his name is. Then from there, what is transpiring?
I asked his place of residence,
yes,
or birth,
yes,
and he said Nongo in KZN.
Lase ngimbuza ke la hlala khona noma ke indawo yakhe yokuzalwa kuyona wasethi ke kwaNongoma eKZN.
On sex, I asked him, and he said he's a male.
Ukuthi ke umuntu wesilisa umuntu wesifazane waseke esho ukuthi umuntu wesilisa.
The physical address where he stays, he said he doesn't have a physical address in that area. They're using a school as a reference which is next to him.
Mangimbuza ke ngekheli la ahlala khona washo ukuthi ikheli alikho kodwa ke basebenzisa kunesikole esilapha eduze abasebenzisayo.
Thank you. And he went on to give his age, which was then 34 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Iminyaka yakhe ke ngaleso sikhathi kwaku 34.
Now, at what point of the interview did you fill in the information that is just above the information that you have just read to the court?
This information that I have filled in, I filled it in whilst I was sitting with him.
Lena ke lemininingwane eqeda manje uyifunda ke yenza ngayibhala ke ngalesikhathi engangihlezi naye.
At what point?
Before I started the interview with him.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiqale ke ngayo interview.
Thank you. Now you went on and read all the information to him that is contained in the pro forma. Up until such time, there was a point where you then decided, let's go. According to you, he said to you, I want to go and show you certain points, not so?
Yes.
Uthe ke emuva kuba sekufikileke ila khona sesifikela kwisigaba la ethi manje ke so hamba ke ayongikhombisa indawo points athize.
Is it true that in your evidence in chief, I think there was something that distracted me, but I want to confirm it with you. Is it true that at some point you made mention of the fact that there were some photos as you interviewed him which were taken in the office?
Yes.
Shilo ke noma ngikhulumele ngeyithombe enkathi ke ngi-interviewer kwezathwetshula ke zakhe e-office.
And who took those photos?
The photos were taken by Sergeant Mapakela from Criminal Record Center.
Ithombe ke zathwetshula uSergeant Maphakela we-LCRC.
Thank you. Just a second. I'm not so sure whether the photo album has already been handed to court, my lord. I'm saying this under correction. Sometimes my memory.
It has been handed.
It has been handed.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Now, you have the photo album in front of you.
Yes.
Thank you. How many photos does it have? The one which is in front of you?
It has photo 1 until photo 31.
Kala ke ku-1 phele ke ku-31 ithombe lezo enginazo.
Yeah, it accords with what I have as well. But nonetheless, my question is as follows. In that photo album, may you kindly take this court to a photo that depicts your office as you were interviewing him?
There is none.
Asekho isithombe la ngihlezi khona ke naye phansi ngi-interviewer.
Is it correct that you have just told this court that photos of you, pictures of you were taken by Sergeant Mapangela as you and the accused number one were seated in the office interviewing him?
No, I never said that.
Angikaze ngithi uMaphakela uthathe ithombe noma wathobela ithombe zami nomsola sihlezi phansi.
He never said that. You can take it from me.
No, thank you. That one, thank you. What did you say again?
He said the photos were taken by Mapakela.
Yes.
Yes.
My question was, if I were to repeat it, my question was, and I also made mention of the fact that there is something that distracted me when you were at that point, and I said to you, is it correct that in your evidence in chief, you said that as you were seated in the office with accused number one, photos of you were taken whilst you were in the office?
The answer is it is not correct.
Akusona iqiniso lelo baba ukuthi ngithe kwathathwa kwathethwa ithombe zami ngihlezi naye umsolwa.
Yeah, the reason why I had to ask you, can you please show us those photos then? It's because of the answer that I got from you, because I heard you saying yes. Do you understand?
I never said yes, photos of me and the accused were obtained, were taken. I've never said that.
Angikaze ngisho ukuthi yebo ithombe zami nomsolwa zathathwa.
Were any photos of you Mr. Mapakela?
No photos of me that were taken by Mr. Mapakela whilst I was sitting with the accused.
Azikho ithombe zami ezathethwa uyena kuMaphakela nkathi ngihlezi naye umsolwa.
Thank you. Why that did not happen? Why were such photos not taken?
My Lord, interview between the accused and myself is done only with me and the accused sitting in the office. That is the interview. The purpose of a photograph only comes in when I request the photographer to come and take specific pictures. He can't sit in and take pictures while I'm interviewing.
Phakathi kwami nomsola uma sihlezi laphayana ke sine interview imina naye kuphela. Lona ke othobela ithombe ungena noma uza uma ke ukuthi ngikuneyithombe ezithize engifisa ukuthi ke ayithathe noma ke ayithwebule akakwazi ukuthi angahlala phakathi abe khona nkathi ngikhulumisana nomsola.
Exactly on the same explanation. Why did you not call in the photographer were interviewing the accused in the office, particularly at the point at which you were showing him your appointment certificates? Why did you not do that?
That would have meant, my Lord, stopping the interview, getting someone in to take a picture and send him out again, continue with the interview, call him again when the time to check on injuries is. It would have been an up and down of that. And then it means he's participating in the interview.
Ukuthi ke manje ngingambizi ukuthi azothatha ithombe zami naye ngim-interview bekuzosho ukuthi noma ke ngimbonisa certificate sami ngeso ithombe baphume uma kufanele futhi ezothobela ithombe ukubheka ukulimala aphinda angene futhi aphinda aphume okusokusho ukuthi manje useyingxenye ke yayo interview.
Mr. Khatebe, I don't want to labor this point. I may simply sum it up by saying the manner in which, or the process that you employed as and when you were interviewing this not this witness, but Mr. Sibiya in that office, it's indicative of the in conducting pointing out.
Yeah, can you lay the basis?
The reason why I'm saying this, very simple and not far-fetched. You are saying the reason why you did not invite the photographer to come and take photos of you while seated there with the accused person is because that would have amounted to interference. Now I'm saying to you, you simply had to call him in for just a minute, he takes a photo or two, and then he goes out, and then you proceed with the interview. That would not have been an interference, which is the reason why I say, for the fact that you did not do that, it's just indicative of the level of experience that you had in the process of conducting pointing outs.
My lord, that is not fair. Stopping an interview for a picture has never happened. Maybe you have experienced it somewhere.
Yes.
But we've never stopped an interview for someone to come and take a picture of myself and the accused sitting down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mhlambe ke lento usuke wahlangana nayo ngaphambilini namakhona la usuke wa experience khona ke kodwa kaze kwenzeke lokho ke ukuthi manje stopeke noma simeke ngenhlolo khona noma interview ukuthi umuntu angena azothola ithombe akaze kwenzeke lokho.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Munisi.
As it is a court.
Is it a statutory requirement that the Lieutenant Colonel is obliged or enjoined to take photographs whom he is going to interview for the pointing out?
It is by convention, my lord.
I thought statutory. A statutory requirement. Section 218A.
Yes.
Does it make provision for that?
I am saying, my lord, it is by convention.
So it's not by law, it's by convention. Fine, no problem.
Which is the reason why, my lord, if I may add an addendum to what I've just said, which is the reason why it is not only each and every policeman that gets required to go and take a pointing out a confession from a suspect, but people who occupy certain rank, those that are called commissioned officers, that is only based on the understanding that the level at which they are experienced enough to understand what the imports of taking down a confession and conducting it of a pointing out are. But I say it is by convention.
Yes, I've heard you. It's not
Thank
by
you,
law.
madam.
I've heard.
As it is a court, madam.
Yes,
Mr. As a court, please, can counsel maybe quote, bring proof of that convention that is referring to? I suppose convention means something that is universally practiced.
No. Me, I'm a law. I'm administering law in this court.
Yes.
I want to know whether it's a statutory requirement or not. Convention is not obligatory by its very nature. But the law is obligatory.
Yes.
If it is enacted that this officer, before he takes or during the course of taking a confession or a pointing out, he's obliged to take a photograph seated with the gentleman from whom you are taking this pointing out. Fine.
Indeed, my lord, but what we mean is counsel referring to standing orders of the police, for instance? If so, then he needs to direct that to the witness. We're trying to establish what is the basis for saying that there is a convention.
Already given his answer.
As a court.
As it pleases the court.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
I think my colleague is raising a point that will be worthwhile taking on address.
Standing orders.
No, not standing orders.
Because
The point that is just raised.
I've read the standing orders in and out.
Yes.
Never heard of a standing order which says he's obliged to take photographs when he's interviewing a prospective interviewee. for a pointing out or a confession.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. May I then proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
You further indicated that you understand and you agreed that a pointing out amounts to a confession by conduct and an admission by conduct, not so?
That's true, Your Lordship.
Esengishilo-ke ukuthi ukwenza-ke noma ukuvuma noma ukwenza confession noma ukuvuma-ke noma-ke ukwenza pointing out ukuvuma-ke lokho.
Thank you. Now you know, and I think now this is going to be a statutory requirement, that when you take a confession, person must be in his sane and sober senses, must be done freely and voluntarily and without any hint of undue influence, not so?
That's true, my lord.
Lokho-ke ngiyakwazi ukuthi uma umuntu-ke ezokhuluma-ke noma ezophuma-ke kufanele akwenze lokho-ke esefondweni ngokuphelele futhi kungekho nje nokuthi-ke lokho ukwenze ngokuthi-ke appropriate.
Thank you. Now, that is incumbent on the person or on the officer who's taking down the confession or pointing out in this instance to make sure that the person that is before him is not under those factors. The person is not unduly influenced. The person is in sane and sober senses. And what again did I say? The person is not unduly influenced. You know, all those statutory requirements. I knew them when I was still at school, but now they are. But the essence of my question is, that is incumbent on the person that is about to take on that process to make sure that those requirements on the person that is before him are there, not so?
That's true, my lord.
Kuqiniseke nokuthi-ke lokho-ke kufanele-ke kuqinisekiswe-ke yilo ohlezi nalo azomu-interview-a ukuthi konke-ke zonke-ke lezi besiqethe sisho manje ukuthi ngempela akekho ngaphansi kwazo.
Thank you. And that the person needed to feel free in front of you, not so?
That's true.
Now, as an officer who says, I'm experienced, what is it that you did to make sure, or to what is it that you did to satisfy yourself that all these traits that I've just mentioned that was not unduly influenced, he was free, he was just there on his own? What is it that you did to ascertain those features?
My lord,
yes.
The proforma says, in his sound and sober senses appear before me, Lieutenant Colonel Hate. If he was not in his sound and sober senses, the interview would not have continued.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke wayengekho kwisimo esikahle-ke noma ke sinzile ngokwasemqondweni
my question is, I'm not asking you to enroll your form here. My question is, what is it that you did yourself?
I observed.
I'm not done.
I observed.
What is it that you did as a presiding officer, for lack of a better word, to ascertain or to make sure that the person that was before you was free from all these other things which would have rendered the taking of this pointing out or the process of the pointing out irregular?
On my observation, my lord, I observed that he was sound, he was sober.
Ekumbhekeni kwami kumbukeni kwami ngila engabona khona-ke ukuthi-ke usemqondweni ngokuphelele.
Thank you.
And in continuation thereof,
Yes.
we went through the pro forma and he was informed of all his rights.
Yes.
Even including the fact that he is not forced to give a statement.
Kwengeza-ke kulokho noma ukuqhubeka-ke kulokho sase sisebenzisa yona-ke iform echazela onke-ke amalungelo akhe kwanokuthi-ke akaphoqelekile ukuthi-ke aqhubeke noma enze statement.
Thank you. Now, as a peace officer, did you at any point bring to his attention the fact that you are not involved in the investigation of this case? You are not involved with any member who could be involved in the investigation of this case? Although you are a policeman, you don't know nothing about this case. Did you ever bring that to his attention?
My Lord, yes. I went through the pro forma and I went through the pro forma. And I would not have been called to participate if I was involved in the investigation.
Ngisebenzileke noma ngisebenzisileke iform lena futhi ke ngaqhubeka ngayisebenzisa-ke futhi uma kuwukuthi ngangiyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo noma ingxenye yophenyo ngabe angibizwanga-ke ukuthi ngizolekelela noma ngizosiza.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. That I understand. Can you please address my question? Can you please answer my question?
That I did not form part of the investigation. No.
That not be interpreted. I think I'm waiting for it to be interpreted.
No, say that you did not form part
of the investigation.
Can you repeat the question? Because you just said no.
Yes, he's answering the question.
Yes.
Because
just
counsel
missed the question.
asked if he did he tell the accused or the future deponent that he is not involved in the investigation.
Yes.
So the answer is no.
Maybe yena akuza kupanel ukuthi umsola umtshelile yini kodwa ungasiyona ingxenye yophenyo uthi ke yena ke cha.
Thank you. Did you at any point ascertain from the future deponent, thank you very much, my lord, ascertain from the future deponent whether prior to him being brought before you, has he been taken to a district surgeon just to go and evaluate him about the state of health and everything?
No.
Thank you.
Ukuthi ke wayesiwe kudokotela ngaphambi kokuthi aze kumina lokho angibuzanga.
Said when I stood up that I won't belong, and indeed I will not belong. But let me put it to you that the fact that you said no to these very last two questions are indicative of the fact that you did not ascertain you did not ascertain whether the future deponent, as he was there before you, was before you freely and voluntarily without any undue influence. And ultimately that tainted the credibility and the sanctity of the process that you were just about to embark upon.
I don't believe so, my lord.
Thank you.
I worked according to the protocol.
ukuthi ke ngiphendule ukuthi cha kule mibuzo emibili ke yokugcina akusho ke ukuthi lobo ke manje kwasi kuba ke nomthelela ke noma ukuthi ke indlela ke engenza ngayo noma engasebenza ngayo mina ke ngasebenza ngasebenza ngokwendlela
Much for bringing it to our attention that you indeed made a statement explaining how the pointing out went on as early as 18 July 2020, and today is the 23rd of October 2023. Just finished with the statement. But thank you very much. I've got no further questions to you. I've got no further questions to the witness, madam.
Yes, Mr. Kumalo.
This is the court, my lord. I do have questions.
Yes.
Lieutenant Colonel, can you go to exhibit GG? Let us start, Lieutenant Colonel, at paragraph 2 of your exhibit GG. At paragraph 2, I'm sorry. Is it correct that that paragraph relates to how you were approached?
Yes.
Yebo ke paragraph 2 uchaza ke indlela ke engacelwa ngayo ke noma ekwakhulunywa ngayo nami.
And just underneath that paragraph, that is paragraph 2, there is options that you must delete, which relates to the manner in which we are approached by a person requesting you to conduct pointing out.
Yes, my lord.
Ukuthi ngenzansi ke lapha yipi indlela ekwakhulunyiswana nami ngayo.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that in the space provided, you then responded by saying that, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case? Was that supposed to be a response to the question?
The response to the question is, how was the officer approached? And it starts by telephone, personally or otherwise. I scratched personally and otherwise and left by telephone.
Lana ke kubuzo noma umbuzo uthi ke kwakhulunyiswa kanjani noma kwaziwa kanjani ke kuyona officer base kuno telephone kwaziwa kuyena mathupha noma ke ngenye indlela lezi mbili ngicimile noma ngicishile ke kwase kusala telephone.
So on the space provided where you indicated that he said, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case? Was it not supposed that you indicate that he requested you or you were approached by telephone?
No, it is mentioned already by telephone.
Ukuthi la kule
Because I
ndawo
scratched the two out.
ukuthi kule ndawo engibhale kuyona ke ukuthi wathini bekufanele ukuthi ngathi ngocingo cha ese lapha sekushiwo ukuthi ngocingo lezi ezimbili lezi ke yilezi ezisuliwe.
Because just underneath that at paragraph 3, you are then asked to detail the exact words that a member said when he approached you to be in charge of the pointing out. Then your response was, he said, can you please obtain a pointing out on my case? So it's a repetition.
Yes.
Yebo ke la nizansi la abuza khona ke athini ke amazwi akhe noma ilunga lelo ke uma liza kuwena ke ngicela ke ukuthi uhole leyo pointing out ngicela ke ungithathele ke ngenzele ke sekubhaliwe ngaphezulu.
So when Brigadier Gininda requested you to be in charge of the pointing out, he only said these words, can you please obtain a pointing out on my case? Then you dropped the phone.
No, I agreed.
Akusukuthi nje wathi nje ngicela ke ungenzele pointing out ecase yami wabese bekucingo ngavuma.
So that was the end of the conversation that you had.
The only thing that I asked from him was when, where.
Into nje mina engambuza yona ukuthi kuphi nendawo nini.
And he explained, hence I came to Albert.
Wase echaza ke yingakho ke ngaya eAlbertine.
He did not tell you the details of the case.
No, my lord.
Mininingwane yeqala akazange angitshele.
By the details, I mean, he did not tell you the charge that you were supposed to conduct the pointing out.
No, my lord.
Neqala ke alithwesiwe ke loyo akazange angitshele.
At page 2, Lieutenant Colonel, you indicated that you asked the deponent following. You said, was asked whether he was informed of the reason of his arrest as prescribed in Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996, which is the Constitution. And then the response was, yes, I was informed and I was arrested for the drug dealing. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ke la kuthiwa khona noma kubhalwe khona ke ingaba wabuzwa yini okubuziwe ukuthi wathi njengoba ke usection 35 esho impendulo yathi ke yebo ngatshelwa boshelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
So, Lieutenant Colonel, this pointing out, you were not aware whether it was in relation to a drug dealing or to any other case.
My lord, I have explained to this court that when I in office, reason for arrest, and that he was also in custody on a drug dealing case.
Ngichazele lenkantolo ukuthi ngenkathi ngim-interview ke wangitshela ke noma ushilo ke mina ukuthi yebo bamtshela ke isizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nokuthi ke ube ngaphakathi noma evalelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
So it is your final answer that when you conducted this pointing out, you are not aware the charge that that person was facing?
Yes.
Kathi ke ngenza ke lokukhomba ke noma le pointing out ngangamazi icala abhekene nalo.
Why not? I was provided with the SAP 10, which is the occurrence book register, and it was marked Exhibit KK of the record. Lieutenant Colonel, do you have Exhibit KK, the SAP 10 register?
No.
Are you going to call the wait. Are you going to call the officer who signs that occurrence? The book which is used at the cells, is that not so?
Yes, he also made an entry.
Yes. The entry was not made by Lieutenant Colonel Adeb.
There are 3 entries.
Okay.
And but in any case, my lord, we're going to traverse the occurrence books during the trial within a trial. So it may as well just be handed up at this stage. It's a bit KK.
No, but the point is this witness, we want to ascertain from him whether he signed it or not. Can you continue with your cross-examination on that regard, sir?
Thank you.
SAP 10.
SAP 10. Serial number, Lieutenant Colonel 318.
Yes.
It's a second entry of SAP 10 register. It is at 12 hours 24 minutes. Is it correct, before I proceed, Lieutenant Colonel, that you said you arrived at Albertine SAPS at 11:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Chilo ukuthi ngafika Albertine ngo 11:30 starting.
At 11:24 a.m., there is an entry there. Suspect taken by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe for pointing out on phosphorus case 66 of 10, 2014, murder. Muzi Sitemba Sibiya, correctly received. Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that the signature that is appearing in that entry is your signature?
It's not 11 of 24.
I think I had said 12:20. Yes.
It's a human error. Remember, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel talking about human errors.
It's human error. It is at 12:24 p.m.
Nothing to do with experience, I suppose.
Yeah. It is at 12:24 p.m. Suspect taken by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe for pointing out on phosphorus case 636 of 10, 2014, murder. 1 Muzi Sitemba Spear, correctly received. Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that the signature that is appearing at the bottom of that entry is your signature?
Yes.
At what stage did you sign for the accused, Lieutenant Colonel?
After that heckling of in up and down where they were refusing to sign for him, and that's at that stage.
Ukusayina kwami ke ilesikhathi ke lana ke kunalokuxoxisana khona ke bengafuni ukuthi bamsayinele.
Before you signed in that entry, did you read what is contained in that entry?
I think I would have went through it quickly because I was also not happy with the fact that they could not bring the suspect to me. So bring the book, I'll sign it. That's what I did.
Ukuthi ke ngithi nje bona ke lethatha incwadi ke ngisayindeke ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngangenemeke ngokuthi bangafuni ukuthi bamlethe, so ngicabanga ukuthi nje mhlambe ngabheka nje ngokusheshsha.
But did you understand the contents of the entry, what was contained there before you signed?
It was about the suspect, yes.
Ukuthi lokho kubhalwe lana ngaphambi kokuthi ngisayine yebo ukuthi kwakumayelana naye umso.
Not only the suspect, and also the charges and the case number for that case.
I did not even have the case number, my lord. And hence I'm saying I might have not overlooked the murder charge that is mentioned.
Ukuthi i-case number ngangenayo ke kusangenzeka ukuthi kwangenzeka ukuthi angizange futhi ke nokuthi nje ngeqe noma ngibheke ngale kuyona ke icala leli alithweswe elibhaliwe khona lapha yana lokubulala.
Are you saying you just signed without reading fully and understanding what is contained in the entry of
Yes.
the SAP 10?
Yes.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo ukuthi mangasayinda ke ngingabhekile ukuthi yini ebhalwe lapha yana.
Are you not running away, Lieutenant Colonel, from the fact that you knew when you took the accused for pointing out that what charges he was facing? That is why we are saying that you did not read the entry of the SAP 10 when you signed for him.
My lord, I do not have any reason to run away from responsibility. And I cannot come here and play with the court's time. I take full responsibility of my actions. Not running away from anything.
Ukho ke engibaleka kona ke nokuthi ke uma into ngiyenzile ke ngithi cha angiyenzanga ke nokuthi akunaso nje nesizathu ukuthi ngeza la ngizodlala noma ngichithe isikhathi sale enkantolo. Ma ke ngikwenzile ngizokwamukela ngithi ngikwenzile.
But it is true that I was not aware what the accused was going to point out before I interviewed.
Kodwa kona ke kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi yini le ayezohamba ayoyikhomba ngaphambilini kokuthi ke ibe nenhlolo khono noma ngikhulumisana ngihlale phansi ngikhulumisane naye.
Without any hesitation, Lieutenant Colonel, I must put it to you that you knew before you went out with the accused what charge he was facing.
Before I went out to the office or out on point.
Before you went out of the police station for the pointing out, you knew.
For the pointing out, I knew because I had interviewed the accused.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiphumeke epolice station yebo ngangazi ke ukuthi babuyini ngoba ngase ngikhulumile ke naye.
Maybe we are not along. We are not getting along. I'm saying before you went out with the accused out of Albertine SAPS, the police station, you knew what charges he was facing?
No. No. It's true that you are saying maybe we are not on the same page. When I interviewed the deponent, I was not aware what charges was arrested for, except that he knows what he's arrested for, and he is also in custody on a drug dealing case.
Yebo ngale nkathi ke ngikhulumisana naye ke kuyiqiniswa ke ukuthi ke mina ke angazi ke ukuthi ayini amacala ke yena abhekene nawo noma icala abhekene nalo, kodwa yebo ke wayazi ke uyena wayekwazi ke ukuthi lokho akuboshelwe boshelweni nokuthi futhi okunye elinye icala futhi abhekene nalo ke icala ke leyidakamizwa.
I only became aware of what he was charged for after the interview.
Ngizokwazi ke ukuthi yini ke lena athwesi noma yiphi icala athwesiwe ke emuva ke ukuthi ngikhulumisane naye.
I'm asking you all this question because in that entry, there is the case number, the postal case number 636 of 10 2014, which was a murder case, and which will tell us that you knew when you signed for the accused, that is before you took him out for the pointing out which charge he was facing. Basically, that is my question.
I've already said, my lord, that I might have overlooked it because I did not even know the case number.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi lemininingwane ebhalelana ke nokuthi ke wayethwesa icala lokuqala kungenza ukuthi into nje engayeqa ke engazange ngiboneke ngoba ke ngishilo ukuthi ne case number ngangayazi.
Lieutenant Colonel, you arrive at 11:30 a.m. The suspect is only taken out for the pointing out at 12:24 p.m. What was happening between 11:30 and 12:24 p.m.?
From 11:30, I did not meet with the suspect. I was at the station waiting to get an indication that they have arrived from wherever they were coming.
Ukusuka ngayo ke 11:30 kumele usikwazi ukuthi ushilo ukuthi wafika ngo11:30 kodwa lana ke bhala ukuthi wakhishwa ngo12:24 ukuthi kwakwenzekani ke ngaleso sikhathi. Uma ngifika ke ngo11:30 angihlangananga naye ke ngoba ngafika epolice station ngalinda bona ukuthi bafike ke ukusuka la babe noma yikuphi ke la babesuka khona.
My colleague, Advocate Nisi, also referred to a statement, not necessarily referred, but he also mentioned that there was a statement that you made only on the 18th of June, 2020 at 12:15. I would like to refer to that statement which you made. I'm not sure, Lieutenant Colonel, whether you do have a copy of your statement.
No.
I request that the state provide you with it. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm going to refer you to paragraph 3. Your statement is not paragraph, but the introduction of your statement will be paragraph 1, and the paragraph starting with on a Thursday will be paragraph 2, and then the third paragraph, which I want to refer to, will be marked paragraph 3 of your statement. That paragraph reads as follows, and I quote: on Friday, 2020-06-05 at about 11:30, I arrived at Albertine Police Station. I was afforded an office
Sergeant Baloyi walapho Albertine Police Station wase eletha ke umlisa ke owayefakwe ozankosi owayichaza ke yena noma wazothula na njengomuzi kauphulela Sithemba Sibiya ngase ngimazisa ke uMr Sibiya ukuthi ukuba khona kwami lapho ukuthi kwakungani ngase ngimazisa ke nokuthi ke ngijustice of peace nokuthi ke isikhundla sami ke ngiu-Lieutenant Colonel ukuthi yebo yaqinisekisa ke lokho okubhaliwe lapha ya.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that in Exhibit GG, where you were supposed to indicate the person who brought the deponent to you, you left it out? The reason being, that is the reason that you provided before this court, was that no one was prepared to bring the deponent to you.
To sign.
Yes, to sign.
Not
Yes,
to bring.
to sign. Yes, to sign. Thank you, my lord. Is it correct? That is the position.
Yes.
Ngisichazile ke isizathu laphayana ukuthi ke kwakungani ke imbangela ukuthi mina ngisayinde ngoba ke kwayengekho oyimisela ukuthi asayindeke noma amkhipheke umsolo.
Is there an officer, okay, before I get to that, is it correct that your evidence in chief is to the effect that you ended up going to the CSC to sign for the deponent?
Yes.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngase ngiya ke mina lapho kumasel ngiyosayinda.
What happened after you signed for the deponent?
Because he was in cuff and I was going to go with him, they had to remove their handcuffs and I put in mine. And then we went to Office 31.
Ngoba ke wayesemanje fakwe ozankosi ke futhi ke wayezohamba nami ke bakufanele ukuthi bakhiphe ke labo abafakwe babefakwe ibona ozankosi mina ke ngifake abami bese siyahamba ke siya Office 31.
What was the problem, Lieutenant Colonel, if he was brought in their handcuffs? If the deponent was brought in their handcuffs, you said you had to replace the handcuffs.
Because I was going to drive with him out on a pointing. So I can't take their cuffs. Handcuffs are allocated to individual members, which they must stand inspection there. So I could not take a member's cuffs and leave it.
Wayezohamba nami ke eyokhomba noma eyeke pointing out ama handcuffs mekhishwa ke akhishelwa umuntu othize ngangeke ke ngihambe nama handcuffs akhishelwe omunye umuntu mina ngihambe nawo.
But is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that before you drive with him wherever to point the scenes, you were still going to via office number 31?
That's true.
Kuyiqinisa ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngizohamba naye ke siye noma ikuphi ke sasoqala ke ku Office 31.
Lieutenant Colonel, between your version, the version that you mentioned in your evidence in chief, that you had to sign for the deponent, as you have indicated that after you signed for the deponent, you took him to office number 31. And what is contained in your statement, more particularly paragraph 3 of your statement, that the deponent was brought by Sergeant Baloyi, which is correct? And which one must the court accept?
The deponent was brought by Sergeant Baloyi, who refused to sign for the deponent to allow me to take him with for interview and pointing out. We went back and I signed for the deponent and I gave Baloyi back his handcuffs.
Lana ke kwenzeka ukuthi ke umsola lona ke walethwa uyena uSergeant Baloyi kodwa ke owanqaba ukuthi ke amsayindeleke ukuthi ngimthathe kume naye siye ku pointing out ekwaphoqalaka ukuthi ke sibuyele emuva ke ngihambe ngiyosayina mina ngibese nginikeza uBaloyi ke ozankosi bakhe.
You confirm, Lieutenant Colonel, that it is not in your statement that Sergeant Baloyi refused to sign for the deponent. You had to go back to the CSC and again sign for the deponent. Then again going back to your office that was allocated to you, office number 31. That is not contained in your statement.
My lord, it is not contained in my statement. But if you further read my statement, you will see that is where I mentioned that I even signed for him and I signed for him when he went back.
Yebo ke lokho ukuthi ke ubaloyi wanqaba ke base kufanele kubuyele ke kuma sales ngiyosayina ngiphinde ngibuyele ku office 31 akukho la kodwa ke uma uqhubeka nosifunda ke kukhona ke la ekushoyo khona ke ukuthi ngamsayindela futhi nokumsayindela futhi ukuthi abuye.
Lieutenant Colonel, besides you making a statement, the one that I've referred to, is it correct that in addition to that statement, you did not make notes of the pointing out?
That's true.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kule statement esanika sense awekho ama notes engawenza ayo I pointing out.
In your past experience, that is experience in this procedure of conducting pointing out, did you compile the pointing out notes?
No.
Ngaphambilini angikaze ngikwenze ke ama notes pointing out.
Do you still reaffirm, Lieutenant, that you drove from Albertine police station and you stopped at the entrance of Phosphorus? You still confirm that?
Yes, I did not drive. I was being driven.
Yes, by driving, I mean you yourself being in the vehicle.
Yes.
Yes.
Ngisasho ke futhi ukuthi sahamba ke sayofika ke la ekwakuthiwa khona ke i-entrance yase Phosphorus kodwa kwangasimina ke oshayelayo.
From the point when you were at the entrance of Phosphorus, who was giving the directions to the scene?
The accused was giving directions to the driver.
Ukusuka la esama khona ke Phosphorus la kuthiwa i-entrance ke umsolo wake owayetshela ke umshayeli ukuthi ashayele kanjani.
If you can estimate, Lieutenant Colonel, what is the distance in kilometers from the point at the entrance of Phosphorus to the crime scene?
My lord, it's less than maximum a kilometer.
Ungathi nje ubuningi ke kungayikilometer ibanga ke ukusuka la ngithi khona ke esema khona ke la eseqala khona ke manje ukuthi atshele umshayeli ukuthi ahambe kanjani ungaphansi kwekilometer ukuya la kwisini.
Is it a single street or there are streets that you have to join or enter?
How is that going to help us solve this case, Mr.
I'm going to
How is it going
notes.
to help us? Whether there are 16 streets here to traverse and there were 3 circles which you had to engage. The point is, please, let's get out low with this. Some evidence is irrelevant and not material. Because the witness point of view, he says they went there, he was shown, the driver was shown directions by Mr. Tshepiso. Take it from there, whether they actually reached the points which were pointed by Mr. Tshepiso or not.
Did you take any photos of the kilometer reading when you reached the entrance of Phosphorus?
No.
Uma sifika ke la nendawo echaza njenge ekugena khona ke Phosphorus akuthenganga angithathanga ke ama pictures ukuthi manje i-reading noma i-mileage ibithini.
I'm just going to go through your statement. I'm going to jump paragraph 4 and go to paragraph 5 of your statement, which reads as follows, and I quote. We then drove to Phosphorus as directed by Mr. Tshepiso, and I was driven by Warrant Officer Nailana from Gauteng Serious Corruption Investigation Unit. Close quotation. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Ngiyabona ke la ethi sesihamba ke siya eFoster's njengoba uMr. Tshepiso nomnumzana uSpiya ke wayechazela ke umshayeli futhi ke umuntu wayeshayela ke kwaku warrant officer nayilana wase Gauteng Serious Corruption Investigation Unit.
Is it correct that that paragraph states that from Albertine police station you then proceeded or drove to Phosphorus as directed by Mr. Spear, and the driver of the vehicle was warrant officer Naila? You confirm that?
It is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngalendlela ke ebhalwe ngayo noma efundeka ngayo ke le sentence ukuthi ukusuka ke Albertine kwakuSpear ke ositshela noma owayetshela ke udriver ama directions ukuya ePhosphorus.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that from that paragraph that I've read to you, and in your statement, it is nowhere that you, from Albertine, you stopped at the entrance of Phosphorus? That is where the accused started to give you direction to the scene.
My lord, I never said we stopped at the entrance of Phosphorus. In my evidence, I said the accused requested the driver to drive him until to the entrance of Phosphorus. We never stopped.
Angikaze ngisho kubufakazi bami ukuthi ke la engenwa khona ke ePhosphorus ukuthi safika sema ke lapho ngathi ke umsolo wamcela ke umshayeli ukuthi akahambe ke ayofika ke la engenwa khona noma ke kwi-entrance yasePhosphorus asikaze sime.
Okay, let me put it, Lieutenant Colonel, in the manner that you have put it. Is there anywhere in your statement where you detail that from Albertine police station you then drove to the accused said if you can drive him up to the entrance of Phosphorus? Is anywhere in your statement?
As directed says all.
Uma ngifunda lana uthi ke ngendlela ke esatshelwa ngayo noma ke esadirectwa ngayo lokho nje kuya kusho konke.
Give that for argument. Lieutenant Colonel, is it correct that you indicated that the rights that you explained to the accused are the one contained in the pro forma that is exhibit GG on page 2?
Your question? I beg
I'm
your
asking
pardon,
the
I did
question.
not hear
I'm
you.
waiting for the answer.
I did not hear you. That's why I'm
yes,
saying
you
I beg
must
your
ask me
pardon.
to repeat the question. I'll repeat it for you. The question was, is it correct that the rights that you explained to the accused are the ones that are contained in the pro forma exhibit GG?
Yes.
Amalungelo ke iwona la abhaliwe ke la ku page 2.
The rights that you explained to the accused, which are contained on page 2 of the pro forma, in terms of section 35 of the Constitution, Lieutenant Colonel, do you know the category of person to whom they belong?
Yes.
It is in relation to which category
Of
persons?
arrested persons.
Amalungelo ke abhaliwe ke noma akutholakala ke na ku section 35 amalungelo ke aphathelene noma amayelana nomuntu ke obushiwe.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that not all the rights as contained in section 35, 1A to F of the Constitution are not detailed in that paragraph?
Yes.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nanje kuba ekhona ke kuya ncwadi ke yomthetho sisekelo awabhaliwe onke ke la le paragraph.
Yes.
Do you know, Lieutenant Colonel, whether the accused had appeared before another officer for a confession statement?
No, my lord.
Ukuthi ke waye phambi komunye ke noma ke ikhona officer ke wayeke wavela ke phambi kwayo evelela ke mhlambi ukuthi ke kule isifuba ke noma akhulume ke angikwazi lokho.
Do you know that the accused, the one who appeared before you for pointing out, was arrested on the 30th of May 2020? Did you know that or not?
I did not know, my lord.
Ukuthi ke wayeboshwe nge-30 sika May 2020 lokho ngangakwazi.
Did you know, Lieutenant Colonel, that that person, that is the accused person or the deponent, had appeared in court from the 1st of June to the 5th of June before he appeared before you? Did you
No,
know
my
that
lord.
or not?
Ukuthi ke wayevelile phambi kwenkantolo ngangikwazi ke lokho.
I also see, Lieutenant Colonel, that there are thumbprints on the sides, both sides of the page. This is on page 2. Whose thumbprints are those?
They are the ones of the accused.
Kuneyithupha ke ezibekiwe ke lana ke kwi-page lena ke emaceleni ke kwenye page kanye nasenzansi ezakhe umsolo.
Which thumbprint is that? Is it the right or left thumbprint?
My lord, is the right hand thumbprint.
Isithupha ke sesandla sakho sokudla.
Is it correct, Lieutenant Colonel, that you did not indicate in that thumbprint whether it was the left or right thumbprint?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the significance of that thumbprint? I see it's on both sides of the section which provides for the accused rights that you said you read.
Please, I don't think that supposition is right that she did not indicate which thumb was put on the document.
The form indicates that.
If one looks at page 5, it says that the right thumbprint.
On that page, I did see on page 5, on that page.
What does it say? It's ordered. What does it say?
There's the right.
It must be asked whether it's the right. Can you differentiate between right and left?
Yes, madam.
Thank you.
What was the use of you asking the accused to place his right hand thumbprint there?
To acknowledge, my lord, that I informed him of his rights.
Was
it not for the deletions that you made?
No, my lord.
Were you also not supposed to sign next to the thumbprint that he placed there? To place your signature?
No, I don't think it was necessary.
Is this form, Lieutenant Colonel, the form that we use, provides for the provisions where you had to state that since you were satisfied that the deponent is in the sound and sober senses and he freely and voluntarily, without any undue influence, wish to proceed with the pointing out. Is there any provisions for that question in the form that you were using?
Initially, my lord, the question is, there is provision, and it changes to, is there any provision? So I do not understand the question.
Let me make you understand the question fully. Is there a provision in the form where you satisfy yourself that the deponent is in his sound and sober senses without having been undue influenced into, and he voluntarily wished to proceed with the pointing out?
Yes, there is.
Ikhona-ke indawo la khona-ke kufanele izinto khona-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke uma ezokwenza-ke noma-ke ezokwenza-ke pointing out ukuthi-ke akukho-ke umthelela-ke noma-ke obe nomthelela noma umgqugquzele ngendlela engafanele noma engasiyona nokuthi futhi-ke usemqondweni ngokuphelele. Ikhona-ke leyo ndawo la kwiform.
On which page?
Page 2, paragraph 6.
Page 2, paragraph 6.
I don't see that. Okay, where it says he is further asked if he still wishes to point out sins and or points, and his reply is this: then he provides the response.
Yes.
Iba ishoyo khona ke ukuthi uyabuza ukuthi usafisa yini ukuthi ke aqhubeke nokuthi akhombeke wase beka ke ethi usafisa.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you, Madam. I have no further questions.
Yes. Your Honor.
My Lord, due to the lateness of the time, can I ask to resume tomorrow, my Lord? 3:20.
Okay. Still.
It's in order. That is in order.
Okay, yeah, fine. Postpone them to tomorrow. Are you available again?
I am available, madam.
Okay, tomorrow 10 o'clock.
Hi guys, we have seen now that yeah, there's a lot that that has happened, and yeah, there's a lot of English with Nisi, and let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow. So guys, let's meet tomorrow again, and let's see how everything is going to go down tomorrow. And I know it's going to be a wonderful time tomorrow, because definitely we need to see all the things taking shape tomorrow. Definitely we will see it, because definitely this one was grilled, and some truth are coming out. There are some elements of truth that are coming out. He has done his part, and let's see tomorrow how it is going to go down. Thank you guys for connecting. See you then.
Look, we hold a view, and a very strong view, that Senzo was killed. And those people in the house know who killed Senzo. We're more than convinced. Personally, I'm more than convinced Kaylee knows. I'm more than convinced that she knows something. And there must be a way